Arpan Gupta ji to kindly present a green certificate to Shri Nagendranath Sinha and welcome him to this conference today. Warm welcome to you, sir. In our tradition of FICCI, instead of presenting a bouquet, we present a thicket of trees. Once again, requesting Shri Arpan Gupta to now present a green certificate to Shri Sanjay Singh and welcome him this morning. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, a very warm welcome to all our distinguished members on the dais and our distinguished members present in the hall, friends from the fraternity, friends from the industry, and our media partners. Thank you once again for joining us this morning. We begin this session by an opening address, and to do the same, may I request Shri Arpan Gupta to kindly present the opening address.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished industry leaders, panelists on the dais. I know everyone is looking to hear from them, but I have to do the duties of the opening address. So the panelists to follow in the sessions, the members from academia and all the participants. On behalf of FICCI, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this second edition of FICCI Summit on Automation, Digitalization and Technology Integration in Mining and Metals. We have gathered here not just to discuss on the technology part, but also in terms of how mining and metal sectors are getting into future ready mode, are getting more sustainable and globally competitive when we are talking about the technology integration, both in terms of digital as well as the ore extraction, as well as the ore production and the metals production, including both steel as well as the non-ferrous metals. Friends, if you look at India is the only economy in the world which is growing at more than 6 to 7% annually, while all the major other major economies, they are either stagnant or into even negatives. Therefore, the important thing that comes out is that when we are having a growing economy of 7-8%, we have a manufacturing sector which is also growing at having a PLI of more than 50, which means that the demand for the mining and metals would be in strong push moving forward, whether it is 2030 or whether it is 2047 when we are talking about the Viksit Bharat. Therefore, these sectors need to be and are reshaped by Industry 4.0, automation, artificial intelligence, robotics and Internet of Things. These kind of technologies are becoming a part and parcel of everyday processes and operations for our mining and metals industries. Talking a little about the technology part, so if we look at the digital integration is empowering us to reduce our energy costs, reduce our emissions, optimize our processes, increase the worker safety and minimize the accidents that used to happen once long back in our mine sites and in the plants. Also, we are being encouraged by the strong use cases that are proving witnesses in terms of sensor river furnaces, real-time process dashboards, energy management systems, which are proving very helpful to the industry and to the companies which are deploying them. At this moment, I am very happy to share that these kind of innovations and the adoptions of technology which the industry is doing in terms of digital and production is aligning well with the national goals of Viksit Bharat, Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. And it is time now that all these pilot projects that we have been doing, they are now into full mode execution. They are, there are investments being made in upskilling the workforce and it spreads across the value chain. One important thing that I would like to highlight before we request our dignitaries to share their thoughts with you is that in the future, the success will depend upon the partnerships and the collaboration between the industry, technology providers, government, academia, and equally important, the R&D institutes. During this conference, we would be releasing FICCI's report on digitalization and automation on the mining and metals, talking about the intelligent mines and intelligent metal plants. There are few recommendations that we have put forth in the report which have been duly captured in terms of building unified digital ecosystem that connects from your exploration to the final last mile in terms of the supply chains. Also implementing a structured change management that can facilitate seamless transition to new technologies, minimizing adoption barriers and resistance, and maximizing the benefits of digitalization. Upskilling and reskilling of existing workforce, as I mentioned, industry must invest in digital literacy programs, collaborate with academia and R&D and vocational training, and also in terms of strengthening the government industry collaboration to facilitate tech transfer, incentivize adoption, and bring in global best practices. With the collective vision, policy support, and responsible innovation, we can shape a mining and metal sector that is efficient, safe, green, and globally admired. The challenges may be significant, but also are the opportunities. The energy and commitment in the house today are truly inspiring, and we would be able to convert our thoughts into action. I once again welcome you all and thank all our esteemed dignitaries, participants, and partners. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful opening address, setting the rhythm to the conference. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's absolutely an honor to now invite the industry stalwart and a dynamic leader, co-chair FICCI Non-Ferrous Metals Committee and CEO and whole-time director, Hindustan Zinc Limited, and executive director, Vedanta Limited, Shri Arun Misra ji, to kindly deliver his industry address.
Very good morning to you all. Arpan, one of the benefits of having welcome address is you exactly know what we are all going to speak, and hence you cover everything that we had planned to speak. So all we need to know is only explain the terms that he used. Otherwise, almost all bullet points are covered. Let me make the life simpler about this whole concept of automation, digitalization in mining, and say what is the actual very pragmatic understanding or implementable understanding of that concept, because whole day we are flooded with consultants who come and tell you that if we digitalize, productivity will improve by 30%, cost will reduce by 50%, and manpower will go down by 60%, and we all get very glibly, we get caught up by that, right? So we'll go one by one. First, let us all, being from mining fraternity, feel proud of the fact that in my opinion, entire economy runs only on two counts. One, are you able to hear me now? Okay. Economy runs on only two parallel themes. One is the economy above ground, which is agriculture, right? And second is economy below ground, which is mining. All other industries that you see are a product of these two, either each one of them or a mix of them. There is no other industry which is either not derived out of agriculture or not derived out of mining. So while many other sectors say their contribution to GDP, finally you can say apart from agriculture, which may be say 10%, 90% is due to mining only. And we all should feel proud of that fact. That is what everything that you see around is because of mining. Third sector, which is a service, which either makes our life simpler, makes our work simpler, or appeals to the sensibilities of human beings. Something, you want to look good, you want to travel, you want to enjoy life, tourism, all that is also third industry. And fourth industry, what I call funny money, is something which is not there, something which does not have a production, does not have a product, does not have a P&L account, does not really have any business, but only it has a promise of future. So all the things that are sold on footfalls, websites, apps, something that is not making money now, not even making money for last 10 years, but in some distant future it is supposed to have a huge valuation, and hence people invest and make money, which is to me is a funny money that is there in that economy. Otherwise, if it's a solid money, we are there. Then comes the automation, digitalization. Automation is very well understood. Digitalization is where the confusion lies. If I know pressure immediately on a real-time basis, is it digitalization or automation? To me, it is nothing but automation, right? When I say digitalization, you have to ask yourself, when any consultant comes and tells you that by digitalizing we'll improve by this and this, ask yourself the question first, in my operation, either lack of information or lack of timely information, if any of these two conditions is slowing me down in productivity or reducing my efficiency of operation, then and then only there is a scope of digitalization. It has to make either information available which is not available. I am very careful in choosing the word information and not choosing the word data. If it makes data available, it's a case of automation. If it makes information available, which is a synthesis of data, and then behind the data the insight, then only I will call it digitalization. And then timely availability, that is, I get it when I need it. Most of the people will propose to you that when you come to office, your table will have a dashboard of all things happening in your place. Imagine you are a healthy human being. Suppose in front of your eyes there is a dashboard which tells you what is happening inside your body. 20% of food is now digested. It is taking 10 minutes to digest further food. Your blood pressure is this, rate of blood pressure going out this. Will you feel happy or will you feel unduly worried? Dashboard is not digitalization. That is something all of us need to take it out of our mind. Simply by making data available in front of the eyes does not force you to improve things. The insight from the data, if it comes in real time, that is somebody who tells me that your stomach is already full, don't eat for next 5 hours. That to me is digitalization. Is something that tells me before touching the food, please don't touch it, your calorie for the day is already 2000, you don't need any more calorie for the day. That is digitalization. If in the control room the guy who is operating, he is exactly told that okay, you have a range of changing the temperature from say 1500 degrees centigrade to 1700 degrees centigrade. If you go beyond, there will be problem. If you fall below, there will be problem. Maintain it between the two. And that's digitalization. We must always seek where timely information or availability of information which is beyond data is available to us, and that is only we are using it. Where in mining does it help? We all saw during Shah Commission period what happened. That mine boundaries itself was vague because there was a huge dispute, because the mine boundaries was based on manual records on chain survey, and now the Google map has come, GIS come, and when somebody is transposing these two, he is finding either the mines have exceeded the lease boundary or it has gone into somebody else's lease, right? With that problem we had. So there is a question of timeliness and quality of information available about the boundary line itself. That again another problem within that also, when you go to settle surface rights and all that, you discover the maps owned by the people who claim it to be their land are not matching with the government records of land that the government has. The record that is given to is not matching with the ownership papers people are showing. So there is a lack of digital information there. When we go into mining during exploration, you have a choice either to explore say 100 by 100, we keep drilling, 200 by 200, 50 by 50, how close can you go? That's where digitalization comes in, that it should be able to predict and tell you from the trends from the past holes how many minimum number of holes you need to drill to get a 60% probability of information or 80% probability of information. If that information helps me to reduce my cost of drilling, then I am all for digitalization there. If you look at further digitalization, from every core that you get, funny rule is all the core logging has to be done, all the core needs to be kept preserved, and every mine will have a huge core room, and everybody is struggling, right? The wooden caskets are all decaying, the core shed is falling off, and you don't know how many more sheds you have to make. Why not have that scanned, and the scanned digital information is kept, and the regulation tells me that you don't have to keep the physical sample as long as the scanned data is certified by a qualified auditor and kept separate, that's good enough. And so much more information can be scraped. Then we have a problem of mineral liberation studies itself. We have got labs giving you a result, but we don't have an online immediately telling you, okay, with a probability of 70 to 75% recovery from this mineral will be this much. Then we go to the plant. In the plant operation also, nowadays fad, people will come and tell you, we'll make a digital twin of the plant, right? So as if I had a twin brother, and if my twin brother studies first, and same thing if I study, then I will get better marks because somebody has studied and tested earlier. The thing is, my twin brother's brain and my brain will still be different. A digital twin is a digital twin, a real plant is a real plant. Howsoever we may try, a digital twin cannot copy each mechanical inefficiency of each pipe flow, each valve's response time, each damper opening and closing. So it's not possible to exactly match. It will still have a probability factor. Ensure that in your plant how much of automated process controls you can build in, and on that, in today's world artificial intelligence will come in, and I am very up for it. Why? because as a manual, I have been in control room, there is always a human tendency of not taking risk in plant control. Although the data is telling me I must change some settings, but human being says that और चलने देते हैं 2 घंटा और देख लेते हैं, right? All of us have grown up that period. Suppose the bearing temperature is showing it is high. What do you say? Let's go ahead with it. Nothing has happened. We will see. So that's a human tendency, but that's where if the artificial intelligence comes, which is devoid of emotion, and I am saying artificial intelligence, which is genuinely artificial intelligence, right? Because artificial intelligence trained by human being is also catching the same bias. I am sure after a couple of years we will hear a male artificial intelligence and a female artificial intelligence, because the users are training it. I am telling you, it's not a joke. You will have the same biases coming in. If all the male members in this room are training the AI to pick CV from LinkedIn, tomorrow you will have the same bias going in, whereas a female CV will be discarded because the AI will also have the same bias. It will assume that the female CV is not the right CV. So we have to see now that the AI based platforms that we make are also trained by the right people who are devoid of bias, which is also a utopian concept. We will see that. Of course, in mining, especially in underground mining, visibility is a problem. Your vision is limited to how much the cap lamp allows you to see. That's why I see mining people are like, don't mind my words, basically the horses with the eyes blindfolded, right? You can see only with the cap lamp that you see. So mining engineers becoming visionary is contradictory word. But nevertheless, in a underground mine, digitalization has a huge scope. One, removing people from dangerous areas, self-operated artificially intelligent drill machines, self-operated artificially intelligent trucks, self-operated regulation on the ventilation. Can the ventilation itself be intelligent, that the ventilation circuit pushes in air where it is required, so that we remove people from the danger areas, and we don't need to be physically there to see and watch. We need to do what is most important, which is the geotech, which is the ground support, which is the dewatering, where human beings' presence will still be needed. Of course, I have not touched the metal extraction, because that is very common in automation and digitalization, because in metallurgy it is highly developed. The only thing that in metallurgy we have not been able to develop it, get inside the blast furnace. So that has to be, someday has to come, that the blast furnace, which people feel it's a combination of art and science, has to turn into complete science and less of art. That is, we are able to visualize exactly what's happening inside, and that we are able to take into account while running the operations. If we look at all these, my only appeal is, whenever you attack digitalization, don't forget to ask the basic questions. Basic questions are, nothing can counter the basic physics of mineral separation. There is no silver bullet. There is nothing that, that I will do this and productivity will go up by 50% or 30% or 40%. Ask the basic pragmatic question, where it will come from, how it will come from. If the inefficiency is due to lack of information or lack of timely information, then and then only that productivity will come. If the inefficiency is because of wearing out of tires or failure of engines, that will increase availability, but immediate efficiency jump may not come. So my sincere appeal to all people who are in mining industry, one, please believe and understand that mining industry is a highly technical, scientific industry. It is as scientific, as technical as space science or any other science, because things are not visible. Imagine 1 kilometer below ground, things are not visible. Yet we are planning based on certain number of samples, boreholes we are doing. On that planning, we are making a tunnel, and we are reaching the ore body, not missing the ore body by a kilometer. And we are reaching the ore body, and we are able to mine it with about in an underground mining with a backfilling, about 90% recovery of mineral. In an underground mining without backfilling, in case of a coal, maybe 60%, 70% recovery. That itself should make us proud that it is a scientific process, it is a highly engineering oriented process, and that's why we should believe that it has a huge scope of application of automation as well as digital. Wish you all the best, and thank you for listening to me patiently.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very informative and very thoughtful words from you. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived to a very momentous moment, and we are heading towards the presentation and the launch of the report on automation and digitalization in mining and metals. We would first request our honorable guest on the dais to kindly launch the report, and I request you all to kindly join it at this moment by putting your hands together. We now launch the report on automation and digitalization in mining and metals, requesting our dignitaries on the dais to kindly launch. We request our friends from media to capture this moment. Thank you so much. To go further with the understanding. To go further with the understanding of the report, may I now request Senior Practice Leader and Director, Energy and Commodities, CRISIL, Shri Satnamji, to kindly share his presentation regarding the report.
Thank you, Vicky. Good morning, everyone. I think Mr. Mishra made some very important points, and I could not agree with those observations. And while I think automation, digitalization, technology is being used very interchangeably, not only in the context of mining, but in other industries as well. But there's clearly a pressing need for us to dig deeper into it and understand the nuances of each of these words that we are talking about. So clearly, I think there is a need to understand it much more deeply and not be carried away by the sort of buzzwords of these technologies and automations. Secondly, I think I could not agree more with Mr. Mishra when he says that these emerging technologies and automation tools have to speak to the business outcomes, right? So whether it is enhancing productivity or making you environmentally more compliant or creating a much more safer environment. So these technologies have to enable those business outcomes, and they need not be pursued just for the sake of it. So I think with those opening remarks, I've been given a 5-minute slot to make this quick presentation. But this is essentially an overview of the report that we have just launched. And what I'll do in the next couple of minutes is just to take you through some of the key constraints that mining industry and metals industry typically faces, and what are the key technologies that can be enabled or automation processes that can be enabled in the context of those constraints to grow the sector to make it more sustainable. Yeah. So I think needless to mention, India is clearly a leading producer in many metals and minerals. Last year, we had a watershed in terms of our coal production really reaching 1 billion tons of production. And we are the second largest producer of coal in the world now. Iron ore, we are the fourth largest. Talk about limestone, we are the third largest. When it comes to metals, in steel, we are the second largest producer of steel. Aluminium, we are the second largest again at about 4 million tons per annum of production. So overall, I think the industry has grown pretty fast, and we are playing really out at a global scale. On critical and strategic minerals also, which are increasingly becoming important because of our pursuit of renewable energy, electric vehicles. So the government of India has launched an ambitious mission to secure our supplies on critical minerals. So besides augmenting the in-house or domestic resources, there's clearly a pressing need for us to go across overseas and secure these supply chains for our electric vehicles or other industries that require critical and strategic minerals. So on the whole, I think mining and metals, as Mr. Mishra also said, that it's really forms the backbone of the overall industry and infra development that we see in the country. I think I'll just skip this slide. While you see that the contribution of mining is just about 2% in the gross value add, but I think, as I was saying a while ago, it really forms the backbone, and provides a key raw materials for infrastructure development as well as also for industrial development. Okay, now if you look at the value chain of mining and metals, it's quite a long value chain, so to speak, right from exploration to development to mining to production to processing to logistics and the end use consumption. And there are a variety of risks at each of these stages. When you talk about exploration, there are geological risks, there are viability risks. When you talk about production, there are again a whole sort of risks that we see, whether it is operational or market related. Evacuation risks are typically there, especially for sites which are remotely located and there are no possibilities of evacuation. And end use, again, there are markets and prices. So across the entire value chain that we see in mining and metals, there is a huge value chain. And there are a variety of different types of risks at each stage of this value chain. And we see that there is immense potential for us to leverage the latest technology in each of these parts of the value chain. Now, if you look at the constraints that mining and metal sector typically faces, it's a mix of operational, market, and regulatory constraints that we have. If I decompose the operational part of it, it's a mix of technical factors, environmental factors, and financial factors. Technical, whether it is the quality of grade or deep-seated nature of the deposit, or we are talking about equipments that are not very productive. Those are the technical constraints that are there. Environmental, we all know about it. Financial, of course, if the cost of production is very high, or we are looking at limited funds to go for modernization efforts. Those are again the constraints that we typically face as far as the operational factors are concerned. Market competitiveness, we all know, whether it is demand or price volatility, those are again some of the constraints that we typically face. And regulatory complexities, again, this is a very well-known factor, whether it is delayed approvals, forest clearances, stage 1, stage 2, or the overall compliance with the environmental clearances. So those are whole host of factors that we typically face, whether it is operational, market, or regulatory complexities that are there in the mining business. Now, I think the point that we're trying to make is that, as Mr. Mishra also said, that the digitalization and automation tools have to really speak to the business outcomes. And this is how we have de-layered the business outcomes, whether it is productivity, environmental compliance, or enhancing our working environment from the safety perspective. So these digitalization tools can really be leveraged to improve upon these factors. On the right side, you'll see some of the examples in terms of when it comes to productivity, real-time data analytics, monitoring, optimizing resource extraction, energy consumption optimization. Mining is really an energy intensive industry. So energy optimization again becomes pretty important. Environmental side, we are talking about renewables. So now we have energy management systems that can combine renewable energy storage and your own fossil fuel based generation and can dispatch in order of that priority. So they dispatch renewable energy, they dispatch batteries, and then they dispatch self generation of fossil fuel based generation. So there's a whole host of technologies on the environment side as well. On the safety side as well, so there are technologies that are emerging in terms of wearable devices and AI and virtual reality and augmented reality that can give an immersive training experience, especially for employees to respond to emergency situations. Wide range of technologies to enhance operational efficiencies, whether it is process automation, essentially removing steps within a process that are either redundant or duplicative or are adding no value at all. Then we have industrial IoT, which can essentially implant devices and sensors on production and manufacturing equipment that can throw up data on a digital dashboard on real-time basis to help you analyze and essentially create some actionable insights for you to plan your maintenances better, to plan your sort of utilization factors better. Robotics, autonomous mobile robot, these are again technologies that are being experimented within mining. I think Mr. Mishra talked about digital twins. And then of course there are low code, no code platforms where you don't need whole host of coding expertise to get the operations going. These are some of the illustrative examples of automation and digitalization tools. GPS tracking is really becoming quite relevant, and a number of companies are really tracking their logistics, which are GPS enabled on a real-time basis, which is really throwing up a lot of insights into where the location is, what the status is, what is the lead time, and if the route planning can be really improved with the GPS tracking. Centralized command centers are also being created, where if you have number of mines that are operating across different geographies, so you can, through this central command centers, look at production, mining, processing, dispatch, logistics, everything on an integrated platform. These are some of the key challenges that we really think are there in terms of uptake of these emerging technologies. Clearly, CapEx is the first and the foremost one. So whether it is robotics, IoT, or whole host of other tools, these all require upfront costs, and the return on investment may not be immediate, or it may not be guaranteed either. Right, so that's where I think the hesitation, or really that risk-taking appetite comes, in terms of uh, being able to incur those costs and look at a long-term vision. The other issue is the legacy infrastructure. Many of the mines and metals plants are having old infrastructure, old equipment. So really integrating these new technologies with those legacy equipment can be challenging, and those equipment may not be even able to respond to it. Workforce skill gaps, I think Arpan also mentioned about it. So the workforce really need to be reskilled and upskilled for variety of digitalization initiatives that we are talking about. Again, mining operations, metal operations tend to generate a lot of quality, a lot of data, but the quality of that data has to be really good for all these tools to be really effective. Technology transfer, another one. A lot of these technologies are being developed by overseas partners, and many times there are IPR issues or intellectual property issues, or there's limited engagement with the purchaser of those technologies within India, because of which the technology transfer is really getting impeded. There are infrastructure limitations as well. So many mines, a lot of these mines are remotely located. The terrain is not very suitable for deployment of either drones or robotics or similar such technologies. So that can also kind of, impede the deployment of such processes. Another key important point is on the operating philosophy. A lot of these, I think increasingly we see that mine owners are outsourcing the entire mining operations to mining contractors, and it is on a fixed fee basis, where the mining contractor is being paid by the mine owner on a per ton basis, right? So that leaves limited incentives for the mining contractor to invest in these technologies. Likewise, for the mine owner, since he is going to give a fixed per ton of payment, there's limited incentive on his part as well. So I think overall the operating philosophy has to be really changed. And a simple thought over there is that if the mining contract can be designed in such a manner where the technical specifications or all such processes are predefined, and accordingly the bid can be called for, then you can still have some of these processes being implemented by the mining contractor. Yeah, so I think to overcome these challenges, I think the combination of people, process, technology, and partnerships are required. I mentioned about people, the workforce. The workforce really has to be upskilled, reskilled, and different type of training programs, change management processes have to be taken up for this journey to be taken ahead strongly. On the process part, need to map the entire process, look at the gaps, look at the potential opportunities for improving the process, and accordingly create a digital blueprint. I mean, digital blueprint cannot be created on a de novo basis. It has to be really rooted in the process gaps that you see in the mining or the metal operation. And accordingly go across and procure an implementing partner who can deploy the best technologies that suit your requirement. And then strategic partnerships. Many companies are not having in-house capabilities to take these pursuits, or they have limited bandwidth to implement these technologies. So that's where I think the role of consultants, implementation partners, specialized agencies really come in, who can provide the not only the domain knowledge but also the project management expertise to take you through this journey. That's the way forward for embracing automation and technology integration. We need to harness the power of data, and this is being talked about in a lot of other industries as well, where the decision making has to be really data driven now. Skill gap we have talked about. Then we are also talking about government incentives and policies that can be given for uptake of these technologies by the mining and metal operations. ESG is again becoming very important, and there are tools and technologies that are there for monitoring the dust emissions, the particulate emissions, and whole host of environmental and safety factors that can be analyzed and thrown response strategies to that. And secondly, one size doesn't fit all. I mean, mining operations are quite varied and diverse in India, whether it is small scale or large scale, whether it is minor minerals or major minerals, whether it is energy minerals or metallic minerals or non-metallic minerals. So it's very diverse field from small to large, and the complexities and the challenges are also different. So accordingly, we need a modular and a scalable approach for these initiatives. And starting with the pilot, looking at how the pilot responded, refining the digitalization strategy accordingly, and then going for a full-scale deployment. So those are some of the way forwards that we see on this path. Yeah, so that's all I will sum up with that. By embracing these technologies, I think we can really unlock the potential that mining industry has to really play at a global scale. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. I now request Director Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and Pharma, Secretary Steel to the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, for an urgent meeting, Shri Arun Mishra ji has to immediately leave, but we thank him once again, and maybe on behalf of FICCI present a memento, request Mr. Arpan Gupta to kindly present a memento to Shri Arun Mishra ji, and thank him once again. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs and also your valuable time, most importantly. Thank you so much. We capture this moment in our lenses. Thank you. Thank you once again. Moving forward, we would now request Director Strategy and External Relations, Jindal Steel and former Secretary Steel to Government of India, Shri Sanjay Singh ji, to kindly share his thoughts.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen. On the dais, my friend Nagendranath Sinha ji, former Secretary Steel. Arun Mishra ji has just left the stage. Pankaj Satija ji, Satnam Singh ji, Arpan, and all the members of the mining and metals fraternity who have joined us here. Thank you very much. I thank FICCI for calling me here. In fact, after such an erudite presentation by Arun Mishra ji, where he delved into a lot of technical aspects, and then Satnam Singh ji, when he furrowed into the mining sector in detail and how the technology can provide us dividend, well, not much remains to be said. I'll just try to speak something which are very generic and general in nature. One thing is very clear, that we are in a stage, we are in a world where technology, innovation, skills are playing a very, very important role. They are driving growth. And technology is growing exponentially, which human beings do not have capacity to visualize. We think in a linear manner. So what is today will be quite different tomorrow. You see the manner in which the computing power, because that's at the heart of every machine, is growing. Every 1.5 to 2 years is doubling. So what we see today may be quite different tomorrow, and very, very, very different 4 years later. So what all we just heard, data, digitalization, automation, robotics. Basically, data is at the heart of every technology which we are considering right now. But then the complications come, good data and bad data. So how to cull out bad data from the good data? Because whatever model we develop ultimately is going to feed on such data. So if it is going to be good data, good outcomes are going to come. If not so good data, then not so good outcomes are going to come. So there is no looking back from digitalization. Digitalization has to be accepted, embarked on by all the sectors, more so by the mining and the metal sector. Mining and metal sector are the core of growth. As in the beginning specified, mentioned by Arpan, we are on the path of Viksit Bharat. We are growing at the pace of 7 and 8% annually. Steel has a direct correlation with the growth. Demand elasticity of steel to GDP growth is 1.6 to 1.7%. We grow by 1%, steel demand goes up by 1.7 to 1.8 times. And we are going to grow at this pace for next 15 to 20 years because we are on the path of Viksit Bharat, the 30 trillion economy. So what the Ministry of Steel, Government of India has envisioned that by 2030 it's going to be 300 million tons and then 500 million tons eventually by 2047. That's the steel sector capacity which is going to be installed. And my individual perception and vision is that it's going to be much more than that. So with this kind of capacity, from where the raw material is going to come from? There are certain raw material which are dependent, we are dependent on outside world, and certain we have in abundance in the country. I'm talking about iron ore. Iron ore we have in abundance. So here, to harness this in the country, we require technology of the highest order. We have 33 billion tons of iron ore resource in the country, but out of that only 5 and 6 billion tons is mineable reserve. Remaining is locked on ecological and environmental reasons. So now the pace at which the technology is developing, and in this very unpredictable geopolitical world, we have to really get into self-reliance mode, that whatever is available with us, we don't waste anything. Whatever waste we are generating, that is reutilized, we become more circular. Secondly, become efficient. Circularity, efficiency, reduce waste, they are going to come from technology. More so from the precision and predictive technologies, which digitalization really makes us get into. Digitalization, automation. Now, for mining and the metal sector, and also steel and aluminum, what we are talking about it here, in that the sustainability is a very, very important concern of all of us. My friends from forest, who have a good understanding of forest and environment, would know it better, that we are on the verge of basically crossing the threshold which has been decided for us by the Paris Convention on Climate Change. 1.5 degree of temperature rise from the pre-industrial era, which was initially decided upon, later on it was changed to 2 degrees centigrade. Last year, the World Meteorological Report mentioned that we had already breached 1.5 degrees centigrade of temperature rise. That was in the last COP, which was held at Baku, in which That was the first report which was published. Of course, it was mentioned because of certain very, very different reason, and it happened, but nevertheless, it resulted in that. And what does it lead to? It leads to the kind of climate change event, weather events which are happening right now. You see, we have had the very, very severe rainfall is happening, the kind of calamities which are happening all over the world, more so in our country, in the hilly areas. So we have to be really cautious of it. We have to really bear in mind that this is a very, very important aim of us. By 2070, we have to be net zero. But these are the sectors where the technology is not available. We rely on blast furnace steel. Since I represent steel sector, we rely on blast furnace in steel. Process of sustainability decarbonization which has been laid down, I mean that fits into the European model, where it is electric arc furnace, there is scrap, there is so basically these two constituents are there. But here in our country, 60 to 70% of our capacity is based on blast furnaces. So how to green them? And secondly, we need steel of the order which is required for a developed nation to become a developed nation. Developing nation to become a developed nation. I mean, that kind of steel is going to only come from the blast furnaces. So innovation is very, very important. Technology integration into the blast furnaces, so that how we can really reduce the energy demand of steel making, number one. And secondly, make our blast furnaces operate in a manner which, so that they emit the least emission, and that is in the first phase going to be through efficiency generated by artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics and automation. Because the technology which is being forecasted, which can make a difference, is the green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is not going to come at least till 2030. I'll say it is available, it had been available, I'm talking about the commercial scale, commercial level. So till that point of time, and even then, if green hydrogen is there, that cannot really be utilized in blast furnaces to the extent in which the generic model of steel making, sustainable steel making, which is being propagated all over. So blast furnaces greening can come through CCUS, but then it comes at how should we be innovating. Innovation, research and development, that is a challenge. It's here, although government is doing a lot of things. They have, in case of steel, they have remodeled the SRTMI. I mean, this is a mission on research and development in the steel making. That has been done, but still the problem is, number one, our investment is too low. We only spend 0.66% of the GDP on research and development, and out of that, less than 40%, to be exact 37%, is contributed by the private sector. The private sector has to start contributing more. Their contribution is also material because of the fact that when we are looking at the problem to be solved, then the private sector has really to take the ownership. I had experience of a research outfit in the government. I worked for around 1.5 to 2 years in Indian Council of Agriculture Research. We are the brilliant scientists. But how to really make them take up those kind of projects which are high risk and high outcome projects, high dividend which they would generate, that is an issue, because risk factor has to be somehow neutralized by right kind of incentives, and that kind of environment can only be provided through the private sector. Secondly, we have a lot to learn in research and development from startups. Why? One figure I'll just share with you. In India, though our infrastructure research and development infrastructure is not up to the mark. And we all think that the innovation front, we are quite low. But the one number, which is the WIPO's Innovation Index, that is there world over, we stand at 39. Why? It's because of startups. Startups are innovating, but they do not have the capacity to do basic research. The basic research, more so in the metals and mining sector, it's a lot of it is metallurgy, is a basic research. So that is required to be done by research institution, private sector, collaboration, joint research. These are the kind of models which are available. So, but one learning which one can take from startups is that they fail. First of all, their focus is on the outcome. They look at the problem, provide for the solution. Secondly, they fail, they are very quick to rebound. So these two things are very important in any architecture we developed, in any manner we are conducting research. Along with that we should not be, we should take up high risk projects which provide the high dividend, high outcome. So innovation is the key in time to come. Technology has to be integrated. For steel making particularly, we need the right kind of technology towards sustainability and to reduce our burden on raw materials. So what all those technologies are, at this juncture they look like, which have to be based on digitalization data. In time to come, there is a lot of research which is happening on enzyme-based electrolysis also in steel making. Common fungi that has the capacity to break up Fe2O3, which is the iron ore, into iron. So these are the kind of technologies but of course, let's see how these things emanate. So these are a couple of things which I just thought that I will share with you, although there were not much left for me to share after Arun Mishra ji and Satnam Singh ji. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very valuable inputs. Thank you once again. May I now request former Secretary, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Shri Nagendranath Sinha ji, to kindly share his presentation and also deliver his address. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good morning to everyone in the house and my esteemed panel. After all the gentlemen have spoken, and I being an outsider to all this industry, and my colleague in the IS fraternity and my predecessor Sanjay has spoken about the steel industry. So what remains for me to speak is, I'm finding it difficult to identify. So now, after serving as in the Ministry of Steel, I have moved over to a company called Rodic Infrastructure Consultancy, and so I'll relate some experience, and then based on that, let me develop my theme. So there, this firm is now undertaking the digitization of the Bihar health system. And as you would be aware, and most of people are aware, that in health systems in states like Bihar, which are not so advanced, face many problems of infrastructure, absenteeism of doctors, unavailability of medicines, and many such issues. Those issues need to be addressed by continuous system improvement. And we have now been able, with the leadership by the state government of Bihar, to ensure that all the health facilities, right from the sub-center, which is the primary unit, to the district hospital on a digital platform, where the entire patient journeys of the patients from the time of registration to the point of his consultation with the doctor, her consultation with the doctor, and diagnostics and medicine dispensation, everything can be brought on an digital traceable platform. And you would be very happy to learn that while previous registration used to take place earlier at about 10:30 or so in the morning, now they are happening at about 9 o'clock, or maybe 8:30. I think it's 8:30. The doctors on an average are seeing the patients at about 9 o'clock. So it's not because of the platform, but because of the people who are utilizing that platform. We are able to see what kind of drugs are being dispensed, what kind of drugs are there in the stock, what kind of medicines are being dispensed, how much of it is there in the stock, whether the diagnosis and the medicine dispensed are correlating with each other. So so these are the kind of efficiencies we have been able to bring through a process of digitization. Similarly, for the road sector project in Bihar itself, we are now using the power of dash cams to identify 30 odd kind of defects and find out which are the defects are there on the road, and it's linked with a contract system where the contractor is required to ensure that those defects are addressed in a timeline which has been defined in the contract. I'm saying that these kind of digitization experiences are almost universal. What we have been able to deliver in a public system are also amenable to the industrial setting or mining setting, where there is a process, the material flows from a particular in a particular direction. You identify the place where there are resources, you do the mine planning, you do the mining and then processing and its movement to the industrial plants. So all these processes have multiple pathways, and there are friction points during the entire journey. So what if we could through the process of digitization and automation, we all understand the differences what Mr. Mishra was able spoke about earlier, able to address as much friction point and derive as much efficiency as possible. So that is the kind of goal that is there before all of us in this mining fraternity as well as the metal fraternity. If we see the kind of price differential what we saw by a clamor from the Indian steel makers, particularly those manufacturing hot rolled coils, etc., the government finally agreed upon a safeguard duty of about 12%. I think probably that's also being looked at, but that was the kind of number. We now understand through a study of the entire process that those are the kind of numbers that are achievable through a process of digitization, automation, and so we, if you study the literature, and today there would be many such presentations, and so generally 10 to 15% are the kind of improvements that are achievable through the process of automation and digitization and their intelligent utilization. So that also makes the Indian industry and Indian mining globally competitive, and I think that's an important goal to address to and focus upon. The other point that I would like to make, and that's extension of the point my predecessor speaker, Mr. Sanjay Singh, made about the climate change and sustainability. Now we see that many countries and many regional groupings are now bringing about the carbon regulations. Europe is coming up with the CBAM. You are also hearing that UK is also coming up with the CBAM kind of regulations, although through the process of FTA, we are kind of trying to influence them, trying to request them that they don't impose CBAM kind of differential. But the fact remains that carbon emission is going to be an increasingly important factor for our production, and not only it will happen in India, but in developed markets abroad, it will also happen in India after some time. We have the CCTS regulations coming, and so carbon market is going to develop, and it will become increasingly important for all of us to ensure that the embedded carbon is the least. Now, for that we need to ensure that the energy use in different parts of our production processes is minimized, and for minimizing energy use also these are the important tools that we need to make use of. I heard that I read about that in some of the mines, the ventilation management was able to bring down the cost of energy in ventilation by about 50%. So there you can understand that the payback period for these improvements can be as low as 2 years. In most of the cases, the payback period and the ROI is about 5 to 10 years, depending on the process that you choose and the improvements that you are able to bring about. So important for all of us to understand that these are investments that are that will be self-paying, and these are investments that will make you competitive, that will make sure that you comply with regulations, that will make your operations sustainable. So important for all of us to understand that. Now the good thing now is that there are agencies which are willing to assure that these are the kind of savings that you will be able to ensure. I was closely engaging with the Steel Authority of India Limited, and their management chose a target of savings which would result from the automation and digitization, and they were able to find a vendor, and it is for Mr. Jan when he speaks to elaborate on these. So it is not that these are the numbers for which these numbers are in air, and you make the investment and you are not assured of the kind of return. So today these are tangible gains, and people are willing to assure these kind of gains to the clients, and obviously it makes sense for all of us to ensure that we make investments in these eras and these areas. Now the issues and challenges that are there before us in this regard have well been spoken by Mr. Satnam Singh and Mr. Mishra. To me, clearly the issue of skilling and upskilling is an important one, and we need to address them. Until unless your people are able to understand the way these processes are working, and make good use of that and feel threatened by the automation and digitization due to the job losses, fear of job losses, then these are not going to succeed. So we will have to engage in dialogue with our workforce and impress upon them the need for the digitization and automation activities and programs for the organization. The need for the leadership to ensure that they drive the process is an extremely important one. Though you can't, it can't be left to an IT department to drive the digitization and automation process. The leadership has to be firmly committed, because there will be a lot of bottlenecks, lot of frictions, and until unless the leadership is committed and they periodically review and monitor and redress whatever grievances people have, address the roadblocks that surface, this journey is not going to succeed. So therefore the top leadership has to be engaged. There are the issues of legacy machines, and this is an area which needs to be addressed. But I must also tell you that there is this initiative from the DPIIT, and I believe DPIIT is also a speaker in this conference. So they have a initiative called Samarth Bharat, and Samarth Bharat addresses this need where some of these legacy machine can also be made smart to some extent, not fully smart, but it makes them smart to some extent. And I was told, and I might be wrong because this is what was a hearsay, some of these machines could be made smart by an investment of to the tune of about 1 lakh or so. So the number runs into lakhs. Obviously, in order to harness the full potential of the digitization automation process, you will need to set up platforms that are fully digitized, and the digital collaboration is entirely possible. But even with limited investments, you can make some of these legacy investments workable and in sync with the current initiatives towards digitization and automation. The issue of cyber security will of course be an important one, and we have seen the threats that arise when the operations of the plants etc. are hacked. We have heard that AIMS in digital platforms were hacked, and they were non-functional. And so consider if a plant, continuous process plant like steel plant or aluminum smelter, if these are held hostage and the operations are halted, what kind of damage can result. So we'll have to make investments into cyber security, and we'll have to set up a top class cyber security team also to make sure that once digitized, our operations run smooth. And obviously there is of course a need to ensure that we don't remain limited to dashboards, as Mr. Mehra said. We'll have to harness the power of pattern recognition through AI and ML and try to optimize the process, and so also the ability to analyze different steps and to understand the potential for efficiency improvement etc. are all that which are necessary to be undertaken to harness the full potential of automation, digitalization and technology innovation. The breakthrough technologies, as mentioned by Sanjay ji in his remarks, is an important one. But I think those are technologies which are still in the horizon, and hopefully with the kind of realization that is taking place within Indian industry, we will also be at some day make those breakthrough improvements. I was reading somewhere that some of the motorcycle makers, for example, Bajaj Auto and TVS Motors, etc., are now making R&D expenditures of about to the tune of about 1,000 crores per annum, which was never a figure which was realized till then. So there also there is a necessity to urge all the mining fraternity, if not singly or alone, as a group, to ensure that we do research in those areas. We also need to kind of evolve the digitization frameworks and digitization guidelines. Of course, there are models which have been arrived at by industry associations elsewhere or standard organizations elsewhere, but to adapt them to the Indian conditions is an important ask, and we must also try to address them. This conference is an important conference, and I'm sure with the kind of address that has been till now and that will follow up, we will have a lot of insights, and based on that we will be in a position to set up a blueprint or modify the blueprint that FICCI has and would have arrived at for the process of automation and digitization. And as an industry body and working in collaboration with other industry bodies, move further to not only ensure that its members do undertake these initiatives in their own organization, but also work with the government and other policy making bodies to ensure that there are incentives and regulatory requirements which facilitate automation and digitization, and also that those regulatory authorities are willing to take data through collaborative platforms. So that is also an important task, and we should be working towards that. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and wish you best of luck for success of this conference.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very encouraging words and extremely perspective-oriented thoughts from you. Thank you once again. May I now request, as we move forward to the concluding moment of the inaugural session, I now invite Shri Pankaj Satija ji, who is the co-chair, FICCI Mining Committee and executive in charge, Ferroalloys and Minerals Division, Tata Steel Limited, to present the concluding remarks and also propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Good morning. I know that I am the last block between you and the tea break, so I will not keep longer. I will keep it brief. So, ये famous श्लोक अमंत्रम अक्षरम नास्ति नास्ति मूलम अनौषधम अयोग्य पुरुष नास्ति योजक तत्र दुर्लभ. There is no letter from where mantra cannot start. There is no plant which doesn't have medicinal value. There is no person who is useless. What we lack is the enabler. So technology has been the enabler, and enabler primarily for safety and primarily for efficiency, because most of the talks what you have heard is on how to make mines safer, how we can drive more and more value by driving efficiency and others. So many initiatives have been taken in the different mining companies, right from the fleet management system where you know where the machine is idle and how you can send the dumper to a particular shovel which is running idle and keep the utilization at a higher level. Three-pronged approach has been followed, connected people, connected assets and connected processes. So most of the companies, they know that if someone is in the plant or in the mine, if he is going out, the alert goes to the safety in charge. And at a given time, they know how many people are there at the shop floor. And it also happens, as Satnamji was mentioning, wearable devices. So many companies have started using this also, but then it was a privacy issue from the medical point. So some of the companies have dropped it, but yes, technology is there. In journey of automation, digitalization technology, the one important aspect is the how you are processing the data, how much you can get the value out of it. So like we have driver fatigue monitoring system where the alerts are generated depending upon the eye movement or the head movement of the dumper operator. So you know that whether he is tired or he is fatigued, and then you can take action so that you can ask him to get rest. But the number of data it generates is in a shift for an operator comes around 300 to 400. Now it is very difficult for someone to process. Secondly, going to the data and seeing and driving value out of it is also a very difficult thing. So many companies have slope stability radar earlier, where in mining areas where there were chances of slope stability, the radar was there and used to give alarm whether the slope is about to fall. But then again, the alerts 80 to 70% were not valid alert, but then you can't ignore that. Primarily what we have seen that the ground truthing by the company's professionals somewhat is lacking. And for many of us, our life is set at 24 degree. Why I'm saying so? Because it is in the personal life also, it in the professional life also. We stay in home where the AC is set at 24 degree. We come out of the home, then we go into the car, where again AC is 24 degree. You go to the office, you are again set at 24 degree. While coming, you stop at a mango seller. कार का विंडो अब थोड़ा नीचे करते हैं, उसको बोलते हैं कि आम दे दो 2 किलो. He knows that your life is set to 24 degree. You will not come out of the car. So नीचे में थोड़ा खराब आम रखता है, ऊपर में अच्छे वाले रख के आपको 2 किलो दे देता है. और आप भी थोड़ा गाड़ी का विंडो नीचे करके बोलते हैं आम अच्छे देना, ये तो अच्छा नहीं होगा. He knows that you will not come out because your life is set at 24 degree. You go home, you give these mangoes to your family members. They realize that it is not good. आप जा सकते हैं वापस उस वेंडर के पास, बट यू यूजुअली डोंट गो. कल जब ऑफिस जाएंगे तो उसको वापस कर देंगे, बट इट डजंट हैपन. Your wife or your family members, they use the not so good mangoes for making juices, and the good one you eat after the food. So most of us, our personal professional life is set at 24 degree, and that is the problem. We don't do the ground truthing whenever we have technology to ensure that the data what it is generated is giving value to us or not. So that is one area I think many companies would like to work on it, and different technology have been already spoken about. So as I mentioned earlier, it is primarily on safety and efficiency, but there are different apps where you can take to the field, you can take the photograph of a bird, you can take photograph of a flora, and then you will come to know that what type of flora it is there, what type of bird it is there, but it is not used by the mining companies or the people in the plant, sometimes by NGO, sometimes by community. So we need to expand the horizon of technology, automation, digitalization, not only from the plant processes or the mine process, but to the whole gamut of any operation. And that's where I think that citizen science, which is slowly picking up in India, has a greater value for all the mining and metal companies to get more and more value. Technology, as have been mentioned, it is changing very fast, and we should not cling to one technology because what it was there 20 years back may not be relevant today, and that we have been seeing for a long period of time. I would like to borrow words of Ahmad Faraz कि तू अपनी शीशागरी का हुनर मत कर जाया, मैं आईना हूँ, मुझे टूटने की आदत. So let the technology be absolute and always look for the new processes, new technology, and newer way of life. Training has been spoken, and that's a great area where more and more people have to be taken into the journey of right from the officers to the shop floor people, where the AI interventions and the value can be more and more taken care of. So with that background, I'd like to thank Mr. Arupan, who spoke on demand for mining and method, Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and structural changes required for digitalization. Mr. Arun Mishra spoke with point of economy above ground, economy below ground. He also highlighted on digitalization, automation, technology. The digital twin aspect was deliberated, and he mentioned the huge scope of digitalization and automation. Mr. Satnan Singh also started with four largest economy and the value which automation, digitalization, and technology can give to the business, and he emphasized that digitalization should be linked with the business outcome. Sanjay Singh sir also mentioned about the technology which is growing exponentially. Data is the core, and digitalization again for Viksit Bharat, and it is such challenges for integration with technology. Sri Nagendranath Sinha sir, he mentioned about the healthcare system example in the area of digitalization, and emphasize on driving efficiency from digitalization, climate change, circularity, carbon market, energy use, and leadership level drive that has to be taken. And he also mentioned on cyber security. So I thank all the speakers for their insightful views. Thanks to all the audience who have been listening to all of us, to the media and all the organizers. I would like to quote Bhagavad Gita, because this journey is also very going in a step by step. And 6.25, it says that Shane Shane Upramet Buddhya Dhritigritya, Shane Shane step by step. Let's increase or improve our intellect so that we can drive maximum out of digitalization. Thank you.
On that very positive and very encouraging note, we once again thank all our distinguished members on the dais for participating and letting us know the details further, which will set the tone for the conference further. On behalf of FICCI, we thank them once again and like to present a memento. And may I request Sri Arpan Gupta ji to present a memento to Sri Nagendranath Sinha ji and thank him. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly put your hands together as we now thank our distinguished members of the inaugural session for sharing their valuable time and their thoughts with us. We now present a memento to Sri Sanjay Singh. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. A heartfelt gratitude to Sri Pankaj Satija ji. Thank you so much for your very encouraging words, especially your quotation from Bhagavad Gita. May we now request Arpanji to present a memento to Sri Satnam Singh. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Once again, may I request all the members on the dais to kindly give us a moment to capture this in our lenses. We request our media team to kindly take a group photograph. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude our inaugural session and we would move to our tea break, which is exactly for 15 minutes. And we request you to kindly join us back in time. We wish to begin with our session at 12:15. And we would begin with our panel discussion 1, which would be on driving growth by adoption of innovative technology solutions, opportunities and challenges. Once again, may I request you all to kindly join us back in time. We will begin with the session sharp at 12:15. In the meanwhile, please enjoy the networking tea and also do visit the exhibition, which is right outside the Commission Hall. It is expressing and it's an installation of all the technologies which are being used in the industry currently. And for all our participating certificates, may I request you to kindly collect them from the registration desk after the conference. It will be provided to each one of you by the end of the day. Thank you so much for your kind attention. growth by adoption of innovative technology solutions, opportunities, and challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, after a very successful inaugural session, we all welcome you to this technical session 1. This session focuses on transformative role of innovative technologies in enhancing process efficiency across the mining and metals value chain, from mineral exploration to processing and metal production. This session will highlight how such innovations can unlock higher productivity, production, and processing technologies, reduce environmental footprints, and enhance global competitiveness of India's mining and metals, while also addressing challenges such as investment gaps, legacy systems, and fragmented adoption across sector. With those background note, may I request everyone once again to settle down, and a reminder for us to keep our electronic gadgets on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite our distinguished speakers of the session onto the stage. May I request the moderator of the session, Senior Practice Leader and Director Energy and Commodities CRISIL, Shri Satnam Singh Ji, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I also request Director Corporate Affairs, Lloyds Metal and Energy Limited, Shri Shatrughan Chauhan Ji, to kindly join us onto the stage. And now may I request all the panelists of the session to join us onto the dais. Inviting on stage Deputy Advisor, Minerals Niti Ayog, Shri R. Sarvanabhavan, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I now request CGM, exercising power of Executive Director, Steel Authority of India Limited, Shri Deepak Jain. Also inviting on stage Co-Chair FICCI Mining Committee and Vice President and Head Mining Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited, Shri Sandeep Narade, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you. I now request Head Environment Center of Excellence Tata Steel Limited, Shri Shivajyoti Datta, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome, sir. May I now request Senior Principal Scientist and Head Computer Networking and IT CSIR, Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, Dr. Satyajit Rath, to kindly join us onto the stage. Once again, may I request everyone to kindly settle down, and we call this session to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin this session with a presentation, and to deliver that presentation, may I request Shri Shatrughan Chauhan Ji to kindly share his presentation with us.
Good afternoon to all of you, the dignitaries on this stage. So this is a brief presentation. So I'll be covering the profile of the company, Lloyds Metals and Energy, and then I'll be talking about the innovative technology steps which I have taken there, right from the slurry pipeline to BHQ. Not many things have been already spoken in the morning in introductory session, and there are sessions showcasing the technologies in the panel discussion 1 and 2. So I'll be very brief, so we start here. So Lloyds Metals' performance trajectory has been an inspiring story of resilience and grit, empowering the organization to scale new horizon of growth and expansion amid a very challenging environment. I need to tell you that we have our mines at the Gadchiroli district of Maharashtra, which was once Naxal affected area. So operation there was really very difficult. So driven by our very dynamic and agile response to the industry and the market, we have positioned ourselves as a future ready organization for a sustained growth. So our operations are in the eastern side of the Maharashtra. We have this district known as Gadchiroli. There we have our mines, and another village in the Gadchiroli is the Kansori district. There we have our plants, sponge plant, pellet plant, and we have connected both the places through a pipeline. I will be coming to that. And around in another district close by, adjacent district, is the Chandapur. There in the Gugus we have another plant, pellet plant, sponge iron plant. So that is the operation we have in Maharashtra. Now we have one subsidiary. It's a very magical company known as Triveni Earth Mover and Infra Private Limited. So it's a subsidiary of the Lloyds now. It has its operation as the MDO in India and outside, has very strong presence in Odisha, and it has a center. We have a center where we refurbish the HEMM, convert them from the diesel to electric. I'm going to cover that in the next slide. Yeah. So Lloyd Metals is committed for green mining. So a key facet of our ecological responsibility, it is not something which has to come from the top, but we take it as our ecological responsibility in our enhanced focus on cutting the carbon emission and using the latest innovative technology and putting a system in place which is more environment friendly. So we can see that we are using mostly electrical vehicles here in our mines. Yeah. So the impact of this is, we can see in this diagram that if we would have used only the fuel, the fossil fuel I'm talking about, in 25-26 it would have been almost 29,000 KL. But with the use of this conversion and our commitment for this green technology, it will be only 11,000 KL. We can see the carbon cut emissions are from 11.61 to 3.32 kg in 24-25. In the next year, we are going to target it to 3.10. And in coming 2 financial years, we are trying to bring it down 2%, that 2 kg CO2 per metric ton. We are ready with our green fleet at Surjagarh. Surjagarh is the name of place where Lloyd Metals have its mines. Now, this is our center. We call it TRC, Triveni Rebuild Center. It's there in the Jamshedpur. It's there we are converting, refurbishing the big HEMM from diesel to electric. We can see that almost 72,520 tons of CO2 has been saved by using this conversion, and this technology has been extended to ultra heavy loaders, dump trucks, and LNG dual fuel. Then we are deploying 109 LNG prime movers. 10 have already been deployed, and the net result of this would be around 1330 tons of CO2 emission cut. So this is our commitment we are developing an ecosystem there that is totally green, and that is our commitment for the people and the communities of that area. Now, as I mentioned that we have connected with our mines, which is there at the Surjagarh, and our plant in the same district in the Konsari, we have connected with, this is 87 kilometers pipeline, slurry pipeline. So this is first of its kind in the Western Maharashtra. It's 4th in India, and we have commissioned it, transporting slurry through it, and you can see that we are saving almost 60,812 tons of CO2 per year. And we have also entered the MOU with a few of the agencies giving this renewable energy. So once we run this pipeline based on the renewable energy, it will be potential reduction will be 100%, and that will be almost 110,000 tons of CO2 emission reduction every year. And next technology which we are using, there are 700 plus metric ton of BHQ reserves as per the studies. So what we have done, we cannot use that low grade iron ore. So we are putting up and coming up with this 45 MTPA of BHQ plant. We are pioneer in this. This will be first of its kind, that big. And we are going to commission it, say 30 MTPA by 26 and the full scale by 2028. the Institute of Repute like Indian Bureau of Mines and the Institute of Minerals and Materials Technology, they are our partners in this. And we are expecting a yield of 15 MTPA each year of high grade iron ore. This is in line with our Viksit Atmanirbhar Bharat. This is in line with our steel policy where we need to be net exporter. So we are going to, as Mr. Sanjay Singh in the morning said, there's a recycling, a recirculating. So we are doing that. We are very hopeful that this is going to give us very good results. Now in the morning, Mr. Pankaj talked about various technologies. We are also using AI like in the whole road analytics. So what should be the gradient, how the turn should be there, what should be the berm height, how the drainage will be there. So all will be done, and the conditions of the road, so that preventive maintenance can be done. So system is in place. We are using AI for that. Then for this drivers, we have systems like our breath analyzer, which is integrated with our system. If he is drunk, the truck will not get started. Then we have this ADS system, like it can also sense the drowsiness. If he's sleepy, it will reduce the acceleration of the truck. So these kind of things are already in place. We have simulators so that the operator learns in the almost similar conditions without the real danger to life, and we ensure that they keep going through the process for the assessment again and again. So we at Lloyds believe that our unwavering focus on the betterment of the lives of the people, our employees, the communities which are there surrounding our operations, our partners, and society at large. So by using the innovative technologies and the commitment to this firm green mining, we rise higher, and it expands our horizon for the operations for we more confidently, and which will create a promise for a better tomorrow. With this, I thank you, Fiki, for inviting us here and giving this opportunity to deliver this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very informative and very brief presentation. Thank you so much. And may I now request the moderator of the session, Sri Satnam Singh Ji, to kindly take over the session.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chauhan, for that very insightful presentation and some of the initiatives that you're taking to make your processes more efficient. And especially I noted the initiatives that you're taking on the EHS side, the environment, health and safety side. So my compliments to you. So I think we had the inaugural session where a lot of speakers talked about on this topic. So without really spending time on setting the context for the discussion, and given the limited time that we have, about 45 odd minutes for this panel discussion, I'll head straight into some of the questions that we have for the panel. So I'll start with Mr. Sarvana Bhavan, who represents our policy think tank. So you know how the growth in the mining and metal sector has been, and the kind of support and the backbone it provides to the entire economy for either energy services or for infra development or industrial development. So how at Niti Aayog you foresee the Indian mining sector by 2030, and what is the role that you envisage for these latest technologies, whether on the digitalization part or on the automation part, play in that?
Good morning, all. Thanks, Vicky, for this wonderful gathering. So before going to the question itself, I would just brief about the mining sector, because as all you are aware, because I think the whole all is filled with mining fraternity. So there are two types of minerals, minor and major. So minor minerals, actually it is within the state domain, and major is within the central domain. So major minerals, if you see, mostly it is confined to iron ore, limestone. So where the big players, the so-called big players, operate into this spectrum. So no doubt the big players have already ventured into this particular innovation technology, and after the carbon footprint reduction mechanism came into the picture, so things are going right in the proper direction. So, but if you take the major mineral, most of the mines are being operated by the MDOs. It is not being operated in situ by the management itself. So the MDOs comes with a concept that they have to make a profit margin. So how does this profit margin will work out once if they start innovate technologies, everything into their day-to-day routines? That is the most important and the fulcrum of the issue which needs to be factored, because the mine management has to start right from the day of auction. The things should be put into perspective because the exploration should be at the perfect. So big companies are able to do it, but when you start, I think about the small ones who cannot afford to go into this particular. So what are the hindrances you see? So one is the capex investment for this, which is on the higher side. So first there is a big void in the capex itself. Then comes the opex, operating cost also. So these two fundamental things, unless it is supported somehow by the government in some form or the other, it is not very easy to be established in Indian conditions, because most of the mines, if you see, they operate for 3 years, 5 years, then actually then they discontinue the operations because of lack of some environmental clearance, all those things. So there are a host of issues which is into the mining sector right now. So first we have to flush out all these particular entities to streamline the mining sector, that given a mining scenario, a mining lease as is being granted for 50 years in the auction methodology. So there should not be any entrance in the 50 years. So these first and foremost is that these bottlenecks needs to be weeded out so that the mine progresses during its entire lifespan. So until I have the life into my picture, then how come I can invest in all these technologies? Because see, mining cannot go through copybook. You are supposed to make some deviations, violations, all those things. But government is doing its best, because through Ministry of Mines, they have the nodal agency IBM, they have implemented the star rating of mines for major minerals. For minor minerals, it is not so, because the lack of data itself, because no miner in the minor minerals are sharing the data with the government. So first and foremost, the data should be very crystal clear. So based on the data only, you can plan your progress. So unless you have the data into the picture, you cannot plan any progress. So these are my initial submissions. I will keep my other points reserved.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Chauhan, I think you gave an elaborate presentation on some of the initiatives that you're taking on the mining side. But I think typically the way we look at it is that, especially if there's a legacy infrastructure, whether it is fixed infrastructure rooted to the ground in terms of mineral processing, beneficiation, or crushing handling plant, or it is mobile machinery, right? If those are too outdated, how do you really integrate the latest technologies with the old infrastructure, the legacy infrastructure? Did you encounter any challenges in your case, and any insights in terms of how do you overcome them?
Yeah, so Satnam, this is a real challenge before all those industries where the equipments are very old. So technologies are available, but just rip and replace is not a solution. We need to retrofit. We need to bring in the new technology. So what could be those technologies, and how do we do that? So maybe we need to first go for a assessment, gap assessment, like what machines we have, how many manual machines I have. Then I need to set my goals, integration goals. Integration you talked about. So whether it's for the manufacturing control, whether it's for the safety, whether it's for the energy conservation, and accordingly I need to proceed further. So next would be that retrofit is the thing which is there in my mind. So IoT, I need to put sensors on the machines, and if I'll put sensors, then I will have to come with the edge gateways. So then I'm able to convert this analog signals like pressure, temperature, maybe vibrations. I know that at what point of time, if I'm able to collate the data, that my machine will collapse and it needs a preventive maintenance. And then once they are done, I'm good to go to send to them to the cloud. So now the old age technology, they were like based on the PLC, program that logic, but now that they will not work. So here we will need one other support of the middleware, so that the software layer. So now we are able to convert the analog data into digital and send it to the cloud. Once it is sent there, then now I cannot do it in the one go in a big bang way. I need to identify one conveyor belt, or maybe say one part of the say beneficiation or some other unit, and then I will have to show the ROI, demonstrate that yes, it's yielding in some result, because the major challenge could be the mindset of the workforce. They have their different reservations. They will feel that jobs will go away, so we need to tell them ki no, in the hazardous conditions, see, the machines will work and skill set will change, but you will be there. So this is how we are going to integrate, and of course challenges are almost everywhere, and this is the way we can proceed further. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jain, I understand you had the entire digital transformation initiative at Steel Authority, and I think in the inaugural session there were remarks made that given the hard to abate nature of this sector and the compulsions we have on the environment side, and also the CBAM thing that is now being imposed by European Union. So, and of course, in the last couple of months we also saw action coming from Ministry of Steel in terms of launching a green steel mission, and then further upon they also launched a taxonomy for green steel, right? So in terms of giving different ratings for different intensity of carbon emissions per ton of steel production. So given the entire push for green steel, how do you really envisage India becoming a global hub for low emission production of steel? What are the initiatives that you think can be taken to sort of promote green steel or promote lower intensity of carbon emissions?
So Satnam, very good afternoon to everybody. So to answer your question, first of all, we have to understand that traditionally steel industry is considered to be one of the most polluting, if I can use that word, industries, because by the very nature of the processes involved. But at the same time, steel industry is also one of the basic backbones of the industrial revolution, whatever has taken place. So now, considering the recent changes and the requirements from the government of India, and also the global push for green steel, there are CBAMs and other things in process, we are having a proper roadmap at Steel Authority, where we are planning to have, first of all, leveraging digital technologies for more energy efficient processes. So let us say you have for example, in blast furnace, we are working on certain use cases where we reduce the fuel rates and increase the carbon injection, and those kind of processes where the carbon footprint would be reduced and the processes would become more and more energy efficient. And this kind of exercise we are taking in practically all aspects of steel making. Now, when we talk about steel making, mining, iron making and steel making per se, these are the basic three most critical processes which really corrupt the environment and other issues. So our main focus is right from the mines. So we are having a lot of use cases which we'll be adopting in mines, and we have some captive mines, we have collieries. So we are planning to have digitalization use cases and initiatives in all the mines that we are having. And then as a second step, once we have leveraged the digital technologies, we are also obviously adopting the upcoming technologies. It was mentioned in the morning that there are technologies which have not really come up to the level where they are commercially viable, but at least we are working on in that direction. For example, a lot of use of scrap is being pushed. We are in fact working on the DRI techniques, the green hydrogen ones. So these are the upcoming technologies which are still evolving. And today Sanjay sir also mentioned about the algae based reduction techniques. So that is also in the perspective. And in mining, we are again trying to have a lot of our aim is to have clean and cleaner mining processes. So we are this was presented here earlier in this session, that the fleet management systems are there. We also are adopting those things. So wherein we reduce the diesel consumption, the optimization of the big haul trucks and all that, and they will ultimately result in greener and better optimized steel making process. And finally, we are also working on tracing our entire process using digital initiatives, so that we can have a proper tab on the carbon footprints by each and every process. and therefore we can really keep monitoring them closely, and then take processes take steps which are focused on the actual processes which are affecting our green initiatives. And lastly, we are ultimately aiming to have our our practices in such a manner that we are able to place ourselves in the market wherein our steel is considered to be green steel and is accepted in the all the foreign global markets as well as in the Indian context. So that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Thank you for sharing those insights with us. Mr. Narade, I think as we understand, there are some pilot projects taken on the digital side. So what has been your experience in terms of some of those pilot projects that have been taken up in your operations? And if there are any learnings that you can share from in the transition from pilot to a full-scale deployment?
Yeah, thank you. So in our mines and plants, we have undertaken some pilot projects like digital twin in our power plant and in our ferroalloys plants. And in mines also, we are working on the pilot of vibration analysis on the the equipments like our winders and on the ventilation fans. And so these pilots are now converting into the regular type of thing and quite successful to work on. And also we are working on some other projects also. We have formed a digital strategy, short term, medium term and long term, and we identified that where we are now in terms of digital strategy, and on the basis of that we have planned our digital strategy for next 5 years, and I think we are getting quite good results out of it.
So you are seeing action in terms of taking pilots to full-scale deployment?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Datta, I understand you really had the Environmental Center of Excellence at Tata Steel, and Tata Steel, as we understand, has undertaken a lot of initiatives on this front. And so I think it is really touted for digitalization, automation tools to really improve the efficiency, bring down the cost, improve productivity. But how do you think that we can leverage these new tools in terms of really pushing the boundary for environmental, bringing down the carbon footprint, or sort of making us more environmentally compliant? So we can just share some thoughts on that.
Okay, so first, I hope I'm audible. First of all, we have been extensively using the IT-based platforms for data warehousing so that we can analyze these trends, performances better, provide right insight to the management to take the right calls. So that's the starting point that we had. We had some dedicated platforms like Monica for carbon accounting. We can do benchmarking with peers, industry best, so that we understand it is possible to reach operational point at a particular level, and then we try to identify where you can go there. So that is one set of activities that we have been doing. Of late, last 1 decade, we have been seeing on the field applications of IoT in a very significant manner. First, a drive came from a statutory norms where they said that you have to have CEMS, continuous emission monitoring system. That was a seeding point. That means we have to have online systems in place. That means the data became suddenly available. Once you have the data available, therefore we started looking at what are the abnormal points where the system trends are shifting, and in some cases we found significant applications to control those environmental performances. One case of an iron and steel, as you know, is something called a sinter making, sinter plant. Sinter plant takes iron ore and couple of more ingredients and put them together to form agglomerates. And some of my panelists have already talked about digital twin. We created a digital twin out of that, and sinter plant is such a complex process, it is very difficult to control. So that's where the digital twin helped us successfully to identify what are the top 2-3 key parameters to control the emissions. One is definitely the specification of the pollution control equipment that you have. That means the electrostatic precipitator or something. But the challenge remains, how do you ensure that it is operating at its design point, and how do you sustain the performance over a very long period of time, because there is a degradation, there is a field distortion, but these are not immediately visible. So the digital twin helped us to identify the key parameters like machine speed, the bed height, the granulometry of the raw materials, and then it also had IoT devices connected to voltages, the currents that was going to the ESPs, and started throwing insights. And today we have a opportunity to optimize our process speed, the productivity, so that I can stay within a reasonably lower level of emissions and sustain my emissions. Back in I think 2008, 9 and 2010, we are suffering badly because of the ESP performances. Today we are able to control that. So that's a area that we are able to leverage on. I must add to this particular aspect that whenever we take initiatives, particularly in the digitalization or automation levels, most of the initiatives are driven by cost, which is efficiency and productivity. Sometimes we fail to realize that there are co-benefits. That's what we have been doing over the last couple of years. Almost every project has got a benefit in terms of environment. You might be saving materials. For example, this case of dust emission. Apparently, it looks like you are doing for the purpose of protecting the environment. So nothing there on the societal or a cost point of view. And we have been realizing that it is not so. If you can cut down the cost, you push up the employees' morale, you have a cleaner environment to deliver, your communities are living in a better place, the cost of their health is going down. It might be today external to the business, but it is ingrained to the license to operate. If your communities are in a healthy environment, they are more satisfied. That means you have a better probability to continue with the license to operate. That's a straight cost connect. And of course, because of the health, you have got a societal connect with this particular initiative. Similarly, even if it is a productivity enhancement project, for example, it's an electricity reduction project or a fuel rate reduction project like blast furnace, I am saving materials, I am saving cost, but at the same point of time, now I am required to handle less material to produce the same amount of hot metal or steel. That means on my transportation, I am reducing my emissions. They are straight environmental connects, but ultimately the prime driver of that project was cost. So we are trying to identify this, and we have also built into in the policy management scale one aspect currently, that is cost of carbon, so that I can bring the external cost of this of doing business. But we had been toying around to build the natural capital into the whole situation, so that some of the projects or initiatives, particularly on the automation side, which we fail to deliver a cost associated with it, we can bring that better. And if you add on to the external cost of doing business, projects become slightly more justified, and management is keen to approve that. So that's an area that we are currently dwelling with.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. I think you clearly highlighted the positive externalities that we see in terms of pursuing the environmental agenda while leveraging these technologies. And while it can have environmental benefits, it can also lead to lower cost of production. Dr. Rath, I think Mr. Samna Bhavan also touched upon that part. While we see some action on this front happening in major minerals, and some of the leading players are already voluntarily taking some initiatives in this front, but the mining sector in India is pretty diverse. You know, you have a mix of large mines, small mines, medium scale mines, fuel minerals, non-fuel minerals, etc. So given the sheer diversity and the sheer scale that we see, diverse scale that we see in operations, from your standpoint in terms of the research and innovation, what are the promising technologies that you think can be experimented for the Indian mining sector, both from both the standpoints in terms of improving efficiency and also in terms of improving the carbon footprint?
Yeah, thank you once again for all the key to inviting here. I belong to a family of CSIR, that is Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, wherein we have already started this work under a mission mode project, it is 4M, that starts with mining, minerals, metals and materials. And if you look at several laboratories of CSIR, we are working together under this particular mission. And if we'll talk about the mining sector, we have the laboratory at Simfer, Dhanbad, and we have brought in several automation towards the safety, the communication, underground mines,
and that is something which is giving, like as you said, benefit of the safety as well as the efficiency. And we should not also forget the subsequent part of it. When we come out to the from minerals, it is getting extracted towards the metals. So the process, that also automation we bring in, and those with current technology of AI. I will just talk about one technology which is prevailing in the industry, in the iron industry also, iron pellet. So that is something what it is doing, like the in the pelletization work, it's continuously monitoring the activity, which reduces the waste and the efficiency get increased. So current trend, if you look at, it is the day of the hardware and the software, because nowadays we are also looking at one thing, a combination of the hardware and software indigenously developed, which can help our industry, and that will also reduce the cost, the dependency on overseas market for the software, for the simulation kind of activity. This is high time we should take it forward, so that it will reduce the cost drastically, and it will reduce the dependency also. So that is how we look at the scenario of whether it is mining or metals development.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Samna Bhavan, back to you. So, are there any policy incentives or policy reforms that the Government of India is contemplating for a higher uptake of these tools, both from environmental perspective and also are making our production processes more efficient?
So as on date, the answer is no. We have not done any policy initiatives on it, but we are in the process of doing it. If you see, actually, India adopted the DGPS survey only in 2015 when it was mandated by rule. So that is the mindset we come across. Unless we have a mandate under the provisions of the rules and regulations, people don't oblige. So actually, there are now the MMDR is going to be revamped. I think most of the people may be knowing, because the Prime Minister has informed that it should be in alignment with the Viksit Bharat initiative. So there is a committee also which has been proposed in Ministry of Mines, where the MMDR is going to be revamped. So it should take care of all these aspects. And I think this is the right opportunity. FICCI should inform what are the technologies, what are the initiatives which needs to be leveraged and then incentivized, because this needs larger discussion, because nobody can give a commitment that we can do this unless we sit across the boardroom and discuss in detail. So what are the initiatives which is necessary first, and then we can go for the luxury ones, because most of the top mining companies, they do the necessaries and the luxurious initiatives. So what is necessity, that we have to mandate through rule, through the acts, and then we have to detail it out. And now even the critical mineral mission is gaining momentum, and the government has started the national critical mineral missions in Jan 2025. So I think these particular innovative technologies may throw a lot of results, because the critical minerals are very, very, very minuscule in nature. And I think most of our mining operations, exterior mining operations, dumps especially, may have this good amount of critical minerals into the fold. So it's a good initiative which FICCI has taken at the right time. I think we have to draw some conclusions by today evening, and then we have to inform the government that which are the important mandatory ones which needs to be there under the provisions of the Act.
Thank you. Mr. Chauhan, I think one of the issues that we keep seeing whenever we talk about digitalization or having a new technology or having a new application in place, there is generally a resistance by employees or whosoever the users of those platforms are. Not so much in terms of job losses, but also in terms of the sheer inertia to switch over to something new as compared to something that you have been quite used to. So did you face any kind of challenges in your ecosystem when you had pushed through some of these tools? There was some kind of inherent resistance or a cultural issue, and sort of any insights, how did you overcome them?
So Satnam, I break this question in two parts. One, like what happens when we try to bring in some technology, and second, what happened at our site. So first, I will address the later one. So Gadchiroli was a Naxal area, and when we started our operations, we invested a lot of, we can call it a social licensing. So we involved people, we made training center for them, involved them in our security services, we have given them the jobs in the mining. So from resistance point of view, there was not much resistance. We do not have many stories for that perspective, but generally, because the mining is a very capital intensive subject and a lot of money is involved, the compliances are very strict, the safety norms are very tight and very hard. So if you'll tell me bring in this technology, I'll be very worried. My focus will be only on say quarterly returns or the annual returns. ROI is fixed. I want money back. And second, I don't want any deviation. If some casualty happens, it will bring a bad name to me. So first of all, the mindset of the promoters or the mine owners or mine who are running the mines, that needs to be aligned with the technology. Then we need to, when it comes to the workforce, we need to educate them. Why? We need to, address people concern. We need to tell them that this technology, you rightly mentioned, not about the job loss, but it's going to be change in the skill set, but it will augment your skills rather than, putting you out from the job. But a person who has been, working from last 2 decades in a very conventional method, which is proven safety wise, he will be having this resistance to go for a new process. So what we can do is we can identify a small area, we can start working over there, we can engage the OEMs like the original equipment manufacturers, then we can draw stories from the other sectors like for example the oil and gas. So there this risk aversion was there, but now the innovative hubs, they have fixed almost most of the issues. It was there in the finance sector also. Then besides this, a lot of training program requests to be conducted. We need to upskill them, and this is how probably we can bring in the new technology. But all of a sudden, if we want to impose it, it's really difficult.
Yeah, so I think training
And-
training is really an important
and for
aspect
example,
of
to
it.
give a kind of comfort to the employees, what I can do is I can involve institute of repute like CSIR, like this Indian Institute of the Mines, Dhanbad, IITs, or maybe for the safety thing, I can collaborate with say Director General of Mine Safety. I can involve them. This will bring a kind of confidence in the workforce. All right, the people from the government are involved, and then I also need to remove the uncertainty in the regulations, like Sir has just stated that MMDR is being reviewed, so that the promoters and the workforce, they are aware that all right, we put this technology, it should not happen that tomorrow this technology is lost. These are the things which probably I can think of. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jain, I think technology is evolving pretty fast, right? And I think typically companies really face that paradoxical situation in terms of if you invest in any new technology today, right, down the line 5 years, it may become totally redundant and something new comes up. So in that paradox, how do you really plan a digital blueprint for your company, or sort of how do you really plan to sort of stay up to date with all these tools in your processes?
Okay, so we all know that traditionally steelmaking is a very lethargic industry wherein the changes cannot be brought about overnight. So once you have got a steel plant set up, it cannot, and with a specific technology, it cannot really adopt to a new technology overnight or in a very short span of time. But with the advancement of digital techniques and initiatives that are now available to us, and they are changing ever so fast, we ought to first of all have a proper roadmap and a proper thinking how we are going ahead. And this is what we have done at SAIL. And nowadays, like even Sinha sir was mentioning in the morning, that we can always have tangible benefits out of whatever we are planning to do. So for example, in SAIL with the digital initiatives, we have kept a particular target to achieve for value realization every year. And that roadmap is also flexible in the sense that we keep on reviewing it from time to time and adopt to the latest global trends that are happening. So that is one part, having a very clear roadmap and then following and reviewing it from time to time. Then for example, we have to now be a global player, so we have a very keen and a stable eye on the global trends that are happening. And while we benchmark our processes with respect to those global trends, but we keep focus on the Indianization of the things, and particularly with the current geopolitical situation, we are adopting and tailoring out the global benchmarks to our own needs. And also, since sustainability has become a key factor, so we always keep that in our core. In every decision that we take, we keep in mind how our processes can become more and more efficient, and how we are keeping track on the emissions. For example, we are now aiming to have zero liquid discharge from all our plants, so that is, those kind of things are there. So ultimately, we have to keep track of whatever changes and the new regulations are coming up. We have to keep them in our focus, and plan our entire processes accordingly. And also, we have a very strong governance structure for our efforts. So our CMD holds a review meeting every month for whatever is the progress on the digital initiatives that we have taken. And like sir was saying about capacity building and upscaling, so that is also a major focus, because there is always a resistance to change. So we are keeping a very keen eye on the capacity of the people who are native to us, our organization. So no dependence on the outside world, but try to build our own people capacity to a level where they can themselves take up digital initiatives, be data scientists, be data engineers, data architects, and ultimately carry out the process together. So all in all, the changes that are happening are too fast, and steel industry cannot really change that fast, but we are adopting the new technologies, even for that matter the generative AI or the agentic AI that has now come up. So at least in the business process, the finance areas, in material management, we are adopting to these. We are having a plan to have a sale level chatbot which would probably look through all our processes and give us instant answers to the queries, so that the personal functions and the functions related to finance are automated to the extent possible. So this is in nutshell the strategy that we are adopting to keep changing ourselves in tune with the global trends.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Mr. Narade, you would have noted in the inaugural session, Mr. Sanjay Singh mentioned that he came across there are a lot of equipments within the mining and the metal sector which to be IT enabled will just take about 1 lakh of rupees or 2 lakh of rupees, right? Is it sometimes very small investments are required? So from that perspective and from your experience, which are the tools that you think will have the fastest payback or the highest return on investment? There's a wide array of tools. Some quick wins from your side that can be experimented by the mining industry as a whole.
So I will be very happy if such costs are so lower. But what I am actually finding is that costs are very, very high.
Yeah.
And we are in discussion with some consultants and some startups also. So there are about 40-50 solutions available. Use cases are available there. Some are originally done by the startups. Some are copied somewhere from overseas or like that. But what the bigger challenge is that whether these solutions are applicable to the scales on lower side. Means when we talk about automation or digitalization, what I expect is all this automation and digitalization is done for higher version or higher scales. But you cannot copy those higher scaled use cases to the lower scales. So you also pointed out in your presentation that how it can be scaled for the lower scale operations, and how it can be made economical for them, how business cases can be developed for them also. So definitely, so smaller mine owners will also like to go for that. So that is the very big challenge. And another challenge that I find is that we are sitting here for mining industry, and the startups or the solution providers, they are not having enough knowledge of mines. So that is the big problem. If we see, basically two types of mines are there: open cast and underground. So open application of digitalization and automation is quite easy to do in open cast mines, where it is quite difficult to do in underground mines. And you will find that just like every metal or mineral is different, every mine is also different.
and all these mines are built in a very different way. So directly copying is not easy to do, and even the cost benefit analysis need to be done, and if it's good then definitely it will go. And it's nowadays digitalization is a quite big buzzword, everybody want to digitalize, and some promoters or managements are feeling that we are missing the train, so everybody want to jump this digitalization train. So I will like to say through this platform that it's need to be seen and needs to be made applicable how these solutions can be scaled down for smaller mines, because we are having a lot of small mines also like the big ones. So that's it.
Yeah, and I think that's where a lot of environmental issues also come in. I mean, we have seen sort of for large mines, while there are initiatives and processes and procedures in place from an environmental and safety point of view, but when it comes to smaller mines, I think on these aspects, things become very different. Mr. Datta, I think the other panelists also touched upon this, but I would like to hear from you from Tata Steel's perspective. Given the remote location of these mines, how do you get your manpower trained, reskilled to handle this digitalization kind of initiative, especially if those are based out of remote locations?
So far, the initiatives that we have taken, they of course try to control some aspects of the business. For example, safety. In some cases, it is taking care of the productivity. In some cases, it is addressing the environmental issues. Nowhere, very limited perhaps cases are there where we need specialized training when you have enabled the process with a digitalization or a IoT based intervention. For example, the truck driver has been driving the truck. He's getting monitored through a camera based system whether he is drowsy or he is not feeling well. You don't need to train the truck driver. What is important is to facilitate those people who are building the system. So there we are doing two-pronged strategy. We are keeping a roadmap, as many of my panelists said, they have a roadmap to ensure that the capacity building is happening on the back end. And they also have a two-pronged strategy in the sense some of them are very core people are there within the organization, like chief data officer, chief AI officers, they are there, and some of the significant collaboration happens so that I don't have a regular workforce on the table so that they continue to get invested for the business. So I take help from external experts, build the systems, deploy the systems. Majority of the cases, it doesn't affect the operating people. In fact, it helps their lives in some cases. For example, earlier there were human doing a particular activity, driving up something, monitoring something. Now they are being done in a remote basis. So their working conditions have improved, and they are not required to get trained for that extent. There are cases of some cases of very limited cases of special skills and trainings. For example, when we started embedding systems like which tracks the value chain impact, environmental impact like EPDs or LCS, those few people need some specialized trainings, but in majority of the cases it doesn't. But having said that, there are two challenges that we started facing because of the legacy issues. For example, people say that now the system is automated. IoT based system is driving the data to the SAP platform. SAP platform is being picked up and pushing to the cloud, but there has to be somebody who is the user, somebody has to be a validator. The questions that are being asked, if it is fully automated, why do you need a user and a validator? Because the moment you have a user and a validator, they need some special checks, they need to have some training. What do you validate, how do you validate? And we are saying that you don't need them once your systems are in a right place. The bigger challenge that we are facing today, and we still have to find an answer to that, we are all engineers like mechanical, mining, electrical engineers. They have got their key traits and insight, core competence developed over last 10 years, 15 years, 30 years of lifetime. And they have got great insights. But the people who are delivering us the solutions, the IT and digitalization solutions, particularly not the IoT based systems, but on the digitalization platform, they have to transform these insights into working models. Both are talking English, but each other we are not able to understand what are we saying and what this guy has to build. That's a big problem that we have been facing since perhaps mid of 2015. We are slowly bridging the gap because they are getting to understand what the business wants, and we are trying to understand what is blockchain, etc. But that is a lingo barrier, though both of us are speaking English, but each one of us not understanding what is going on. There we are trying to engage people more and more on the shop floor, sometimes allow people to go on special assignments, like I was sent for a blockchain based MMBI assignments for World Economic Forum. That's how I got insights for many languages like Python, blockchain, systems. Even I thought that we talk about technology in the sense of all several technologies, but there I was told that only IT is the technology, rest all are engineering. So that's how you slowly build on. And once you have the senior leadership backend, top driven initiatives like digitalization, I think many of the obstacles are addressed very smoothly.
Thank you, Mr. Datta. Dr. Dutt, I think research and development institutions really play a very critical part, and you also mentioned about the 4M initiative that you have taken within your research institute. So, but I think the research initiatives can be fruitful if there is a strong collaboration with the industry, right? So, from your experience, is there any model, is there any format that you think where the industry, academia, or research collaboration can be enhanced and be made more effective on the ground?
Yeah, very pertinent question. If I'll talk about CSIR, that I stands for industrial. So without industry, no research, nothing can happen. And until and unless that technology, when it is not been placed in the industry, that is cannot be termed as an innovation. It will be still in the research. So collaboration is a must for any research platform. And to share here in the August gathering, recently Ministry of Mines has announced that CSIR IMMT as the Center of Excellence under the Critical Mineral Mission, under the umbrella of guidance from Niti Aayog. Southern Sir is here, and Ministry of Mines. This has happened wherein 30 institutes we have been collaborating, taking from industry, R&D laboratories, and academia. So without collaboration, without integration or understanding the requirement of the industry, if I will keep on working on the research, that will be of no use. What Datta sir said here, I'll just continue taking some clue from there. If I have two options, I will give you buzzwords which will make the industry confused. The other side of it, I will come along with the industry, and without giving them the buzzwords, will give them the solution. Where it can take the line of light, yes, this is something which is happening. So definitely without industrial collaboration, research is of no use. That is how I can talk it.
Thank you, Dr. Dutt. Do you have any time for the questions? Wrap up, okay.
Can I have one question, one small question?
Go ahead, please identify yourself and if you would like to address your question to any speaker.
My name is Parthapatim Das, and I head a consulting firm by the name PGA Associates based in Delhi, which is in the space of market entry and technology transfer. Across the deliberation, the information which was shared was very tangible and very informative. But I think one thing wasn't deliberated over here, if I'm not mistaken, use of drones, especially for open cast mines, because that's again, when we're talking about innovative technologies, technological solution, that can give us a lot of input here. I mean, giving the presentation of Mr. Chauhan, but in two aspects were very crucial. One was that the legacy factor, and second thing is retrofitting the innovative technologies. Use of drones can give us a lot of input in terms of data, which is one of the challenge, and can create a more robust baseline to use that. So what's your say on that in terms of the intervention of drones in the mining sector? Thank you.
Can I take it?
Yep.
Yeah, so we at SAIL Mines also have considered this, and we are in fact using it to a certain extent. Now, Now we have to understand that for overstock mining, monitoring and stockpile monitoring, particularly जहाँ पे drones का ज़्यादा use होता है, so there it could be it is generally viable to use drones for verification purposes. While if you require a constant data generated on the real-time basis about the kind of the grades that are being mined, the kind of the ore which is required at sites and the quality of ore that is required at site. So that data is to be on the real-time basis, and there we normally find it more practical to use fixed cameras based solutions rather than drones. So yes, a mix of the two technologies is already underway at most of the mines. I'm sure other mines are also using it. But in SAIL, we do leverage this drone technology for us, mostly for our stockpile monitoring, and also in some different use cases for the plant operations where we use drones for security, for gas line monitoring, for the rooftop monitoring and other thing. So yes, drones are being widely accepted as a very useful tool for our operations.
So there's going to be detailed discussion on drones in the next session. Maybe if you have some doubts, we can check up on that. I think we are running really short of time. Sorry, please.
So one particular aspect which I want to say in the final words. Say I fully endorse the views of Mr. Sandeep. Actually, the technology comes with the so cost. So unless the cost becomes on the lower scale, nothing is going to drive this particular initiative. That is a fundamental thing which we have to keep it in mind. See, I'll just cite an example. When the mobile technology came, it came in 2003-2005. The incoming was charged, the outgoing was charged at 7 rupees, 9 rupees per minute. So only a few takers were there. Those who are really in the upper circle, they have opted it. But once in 2007-8, when it was rolled out for 1 rupee 1 minute, automatically there were buyers. Most of the today there is no person in this room without a mobile. So that's the thing, the technology which if it comes at a lower cost, people will afford. So the fundamental thing is that actually the technology should be on the lower end and it should be on the higher scale. So this particular approach we have to follow so that the technology becomes really innovative as well as we can take it on a right spirit. Thank you.
Would you like to have just one question, please?
Concluding remarks. I think we're running short of time. The panel will be there out for the lunch. Maybe you can discuss it then.
Okay.
Thank you all the panelists. Just a quick summary of, I think, key takeaways from my side. I think there's no need for us to really do a de novo digitalization blueprint. It has to be rooted in gap assessment. That's what I think Mr. Chauhan said. So after taking gap assessment and doing some pilot state, that's where we need to refine it and then put together a digital roadmap. The second takeaway has been that there are not only environmental benefits, there are also economic benefits of some of the digitalization agendas that we pursue. I think a very important issue highlighted by most of the panelists is that when we have to pursue the digitalization agenda, the partnership has to be a full blend of domain knowledge as well as the functional expertise of digitalization. It cannot be either or, right? So it has to be a careful blend of both expertise that can really help you, take you through this journey. Reskilling.
One particular aspect which I want to highlight here is that actually Ministry of Mines has started a science and technology PRISM scheme. In that the startups are being funded at 2 crore rupees for a particular project. It is based on technology, innovation, exploration, whatever may be there in the mining fraternity, that is being taken care. Even in the incubators, they have been funded up to 10 crores. I think this August gathering should take a note of it and should work in the right spirit for bringing this scheme into a limelight.
Thank you. And I think in the end, towards digitalization front, I think unless and until there is a coherent leadership backing to pursue it within the company, I think it's not going to happen. So I think appropriate leadership backing and really pushing through the entire change management to pushing through this agenda in the company is extremely vital. So with those words, we would like to wrap up the session. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Thank you so much, esteemed speakers, for that wonderful session, very insightful and huge amount of takeaways for most of us. We could not take the interjections at the moment, but we can always do it during the networking lunch. May I request Director FICCI, Shri Arpan Gupta, to kindly come onto the stage and present the mementos. And we present the memento to Shri Shatrughan Chauhan. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful presentation and also your discussion points. we present a memento to Sri Sarvana Bhavan. Thank you so much, sir. Wish we had a little more time, we could have taken this discussion forward. We thank Mr. Deepak Jain. Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. Thank you once again. Mr. Deepak Jain. We now present a memento to Sri Sandeep Narade. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us this afternoon and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep. A heartfelt gratitude to Sri Shibujit Datta. Thank you so much, Mr. Datta. And thank you so much, Dr. Satyajit Rat. With that, we conclude this session and we request our speakers on the dais and also Mr. Arpan Gupta to kindly join us for a group photograph. This is a quick photo opportunity. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Do join us in time for our next session, which will be post-lunch. The panel discussion would be on showcasing innovative technologies from mining and metal sector. May I request you to kindly join us for the networking lunch. Post that, we would begin with our panel discussion too. And a quick reminder regarding the participation certificates which we have arranged, which may be collected post the conference by the end of the day. On the registration desk, we have our colleagues from FICCI who can assist you with the same. Also, do pay visit to the installations which are right outside the Commission Hall. This is some interesting demonstration and exhibition of new technologies. Thank you once again. Do join us back in time for our next discussion. Kindly join us at 2:15. Thank you. would aim to highlight cutting-edge technologies and innovations that are transforming mining and metals production and digital processes, addressing key challenges related to efficiency, safety, sustainability, and resource optimization. This session will serve as a platform for technology providers, industry leaders, and innovators to showcase proven and emerging solutions applicable across the mining to metal value chain, from exploration and extraction to beneficiation, smelting, and downstream processing, along with automation, monitoring, and digitalization. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I request distinguished speakers of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. May I invite former Additional DG Forests, Government of India, Shri Subhash Chandra ji, to kindly join us onto the stage. May I also Leader and Director, Energy and Commodities, CRISIL, Dr. Sanjeev Prasad, to kindly join us onto the stage. I also invite on stage Co-founder and Managing Director, Janiyu Technologies Private Limited, Shri Abhimanyu Raja. I now also request Assistant Vice President, DG and Met, Denali, India Limited, Shri Manish Bhatt, to kindly join us onto the stage. Once again, requesting everyone present in the hall to kindly keep their mobile phones on silent mode. We call this session to order, and we would begin by presenting a green certificate to Shri Subhash Chandra ji, and may I request Mr. Arpan Gupta to kindly present the green certificate to Mr. Subhash Chandra and welcome him to this session. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion 2 now begins, and we begin by a special remark. And to do the same, may I request Shri Subhash Chandra ji to kindly join us at the podium.
Namaskar and very good afternoon to you all. So, we have been listening to various distinguished experts on the various issues in this very, very important conference. I really feel honored to be here at this conference, and my congratulations to FICCI for bringing together all the experts from the country and the industry to deliberate on very important topic of digitalization, automation, and technology integration in the mining and metal sector. This panel discussion is about showcasing innovative technologies for mining and metal sector. In fact, I would quote here from Through the Looking Glass, written by Lewis Carroll. The Red Queen, a character there, says, "It takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. And if you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that." So we are at this juncture when we all have to make efforts, considering the global situation and the vision of Viksit Bharat, which our Honorable Prime Minister has envisioned. We all have to work together for transforming this sector. There are various challenges as well as lot of initiative which has driven our mining and metal sector in the last decade, which are very promising. In this case, the initiative of the Ministry of Mines after the MMDR Amendment Act have been on the sustainability, where one of the initiative was to rate mining sector on the performance of environment and forestry compliance, as well as compliance of the mining plan and the parameters of social and economic development of the area. So this is one area where a lot of progress has done. The industries have been taken into confidence to work together to improve their mining practices, and they have been given appropriate ratings. And there are a lot of mining companies which are performing very well on this respect. This was with a view to bring transparency, efficiency and effectiveness. And whole process was designed to be monitored periodically to decide the rating. And it was also expected that mining companies will rate themselves, they will move on the rating over a period of time by bringing the best practices in their operations. And from the morning we have also learned that technology has the potential to play a transformative role in making mining and metals production more sustainable. Automation, digitization and technology integration can help reduce the environmental footprints of mining operation, improve safety and increase efficiency. At the same time, the Indian Bureau of Mines has started mining tenement system, which is from capturing all the life cycle of the mines, right from exploration, extraction to processing, transportation and up to the stage of closure. So this will be capturing the whole life cycle of the mine over a period of, say, its vitality. Another digital initiative has been taken by the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change through Parivesh, where the ministry tried to bring all the data and the GIS layers on this platform to bring about more efficiency, more clarity in the process of clearance. The process initially, because when such type of exercise is undertaken, there is a lot of new skills to be developed, the process has to be absorbed by the industry. And last 3-4 years, the Parivesh portal has more or less been stabilized. So all the layers like forest, wildlife areas and this Survey of India map, etc. are all there. So over a period of time, this will result in faster clearances for the mining proposals. At the same time, we have tried to bring parameters where the mining industry can have quicker environmental clearances also. So I also feel there are a lot of areas which we need to be competitive, like efficiency, excellence, and in our mining operations, so that we become globally competitive. Where we are all aware that high tariff and trade, it is becoming very much complex in the global scenario. So our processes have to be, wherever we can bring more efficiency, more effectiveness, it has to be brought in. The technological integration is necessary to realize the full potential of automation and digitization in the mining as well as metals processing. Like the previous speakers have spoken about the ICT component, like and cloud data in mining slope stability and major development of sensors, which allows the 24/7 monitoring and hence efficient and safe mining. Segregation near mine pits into the sizes and in line X-ray fluorescence based detection of mining phases, thus separation very early on in the process flow sheet. Multi-metal separation extraction strategies, minor metals in base metal circuits also need separated. These minor metals from critical metal groups, for example, gallium and vanadium in aluminum circuit, molybdenum and rhenium in the copper circuit. So the technology has to be side by side integrated so that we can make best use of our mineral resources. Acid mine drainages, which goes into waste stream and pollute water and soil, needs to be treated. Rare earth mining is still done with the acid technology in mines, which needs to be addressed. Mine waste like overburden in rock bodies contain other critical metals also, which can be separated while mining itself and move for its processing rather than getting mixed or considered as mine waste. Robotics and automation, in the previous session, a lot of emphasis was there. So reduce human footprints where dangerous situation is there. Deeper mines, stability problems, etc. pose challenges which can be effectively addressed with the robotics and automation. There has been talk about reduce energy consumption and carbon footprints, decarbonizing mining sector. Lot of innovation is already being taken place there, and we should try to balance how much more we can move in this direction at the earliest possible time. And legacy data and build database models using AI and machine learning tools for better forecasting and optimization. And we must look forward for greater industry, academia, and R&D institutions, where the technology evolution is a continuous process. The R&D and it should not be only project driven, it has to be continuous, built in the ecosystem, so that it wherever any problem is noticed, it is taken into consideration for problem solving. While concluding, I will say the mining and metal sector is at a critical juncture, with technology holding the key for more sustainable, safe and responsible future. As we move forward, it is essential that we prioritize sustainability, safety and social responsibility, and work together to develop and deploy technologies that minimize environmental impact, improve safety and promote social responsibility. At the same time, mining sector has critical role to play in implementing the SDGs targets, and lot of commitment to the poverty eradication, reducing poverty, hunger, and even I think gender ratio can be improved in the mining sector, where we can have a lot of employment created at the local level, as well as high skill jobs which can be created in the mining sector. With this, I think this our panel, distinguished panel, will bring more presentation on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very special note. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin with our panel discussion. And to do the same, may I request the moderator of the session, Dr. Sanjeev Prasad, to kindly take it forward.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I know post-lunch sessions are always difficult sessions, but I assure you that the type of innovative technologies that are being used in mining, and with the esteemed panelists who are on the dais, and again, you will definitely be engaging. I will request first Abhimanyu Sahab that to present about the your technology, primarily I think on the robotics and other area. And robotics, I will say that it is one of the most important thing from a mining and metal, because it's a hazardous industry, and precision based robotics and areas where it is difficult to access, he is going to be definitely help to the industry. Thanks.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and my co-delegates over here. So I'm from Janyu Technologies. We are focusing on making robots exclusively for hazardous applications. So we design, develop and manufacture robots and deploy in hazardous atmospheres. Right. Our core focus is steel, mining, metals extraction like aluminum and copper, thermal power industry. If you see all over these 4-5 sectors, cement industry, these 4-5 sectors where the investments are around 25 to 30 lakh crores are legacy industries. Rather, we can say they are not even old, they are primitive technologies they are using. So, 60-70 saal se some procedures they are having it. And the plants, when originally they were designed, they were not expected to have this kind of standards what we are expecting today. ESG compliances, water resource saving or electricity saving, these are all things were not design parameters. As engineers, most of us, we may understand that there are certain set of design parameters when you make a plant and machinery, and these are not meant for that. They were meant to convert raw material into finished goods, that's all. And that same plant is today expected to perform various levels of perfection and the gas emissions, and we also produce some data as if we are actually producing a lesser gases and all. I don't believe in that, because unless and otherwise we have a intervention, robotic intervention, or what we call ingenious technologies to bring in the inefficiencies, we will not be able to achieve whatever we want. And these industries are not smaller industries just to replace, or you just change it with a new machine. It is not an ambassador car to change it to the modern car. It's a plant which is 10 kilometer by 14 kilometer. That is the size of each plants. We employ some 10,000 workers in every shift. That's the kind of employment we are giving. So if you say, take for example, for a case study, I'll take a steel plant, right? Most of us will understand steel industry. So there are furnaces. We were taking shutdowns of the furnaces once in 60 days or once in 90 days few years back. Today it has come to 45 days we take a shutdown. And the typical shutdown is taken at around say 1460 degrees, anywhere around 1400 degrees. We wait for 2-3 days to come down to around 300 degrees. and we send humans inside to clean up the furnaces at 200 or 300 degrees. We send with some costumes, we send them. They come back because they cannot stay in for more than 20 minutes. So another batch of people come back, they stay for some time. This is how it's happening. I'm talking about the reality. So similar thing is still existing in oil and gas sector, where if you see a crude oil storage tank is around 80 meters diameter, it's as big as a football ground. But the manhole size is engineeringly having a 600 mm. It is specification is 600 mm. You can't have even 900 mm manhole size. So the human beings are sent in. There is no oxygen there. So chota si bandli leke, they will just come with some grease or the sediments. They come back, they settle out for 40-50 minutes. Another 20 people will go, they come back. This is what is even now happening. So a typical shutdown takes 4 months. 3 to 4 months, because there are some other works after the cleaning, there are some other works to be done like thickness evaluation, all these things. So we as engineers, see, if you see Janutech, we have been, if you see my board of directors, I don't know, it is displayed, it is not displayed there. Oh, it is displayed. Okay. We have some eminent directors, I myself, I am from the project side. So we have decided as a company that we will make robots which enable the human beings in the real sense. Not doing the FMCG services like floor cleaning or Namaste Bolna in a bank, and they call it a robotization of banking system. So we want to really do something, right? I'll just, these are all the industries we cater to, aluminum sector. We understand the problems in the process, and which are all really giving a ROI, and which are really increasing the efficiency of the system. And you can realize the benefit immediately. Such products we already designed and deployed. I'm not talking about a story for the future. We have already deployed it. It is available in the field. Right. And I'll go into steel sector. Right. We have done similar products in cement sector, and particularly for ready mix concrete. We have a 2.5 hours life, generally 2 to 2.5 hours life. We have invented some device which will extend it to 10 hours. So that's another patented technology we are talking about. It's a boon to ready mix concrete industry, though I am slightly deviating. Let me come to the steel sector. See, this is a typical furnace where the furnace entry is 1 meter diameter. I am talking about one particular plant in Bellary. So you go in at say 200, 300 degrees. You dose some material which are the residues of the furnace. It may be running to few tons. I mean a few hundred tons also, few tens of tons. Right? You have to just dose it out. And again, as I told you, the atmosphere is so hostile. So there will be a group of people going in, coming in. Another group will go and come in like that. So we have this thing, I think, can you run the video? Yeah, lucky that we could run. This is a video, so we can understand that our machine, that is, we have a series called T500. T in Tamil means fire. So T500 series machines, we actually are designed it for a 600 degree operations. So we operate the machine from outside. You see my operator is standing out, right? He can see that in the camera. He can dose it out. So what happens in few hours, right, or one shift is happening in a couple of hours in a safe condition. And you know, when metal or the slag or a waste it is at around 600, 700 degrees or 500, 400 degrees, it is easy to dose them out. When it comes to the room temperature also, it becomes hard, and our people have to break it and remove it. That is another problem because of the process, right? So we are talking about such machines for mining industry also. So I visited some mines, underground mines. Sometimes, you know, it is we have to. I feel like that we engineers have to feel guilty. That 70 saal hum aise hi chhod diya hai. One side we launch satellites, another side you go and see an underground mine. They will be using a drilling bit which is 42 mm or 52 mm diameter. The drill bit length is 2 meter, and manually it is being drilled on the wall. ये क्या चीज़ है? Even a small drill bit, 10 mm drill bit, when you are using it, if you don't grip it properly, there is a possibility of an accident. But still it is happening. As if we don't have a remotely operated technology and we cannot provide on our own. This is a myth, right? We want to break that, and we have designed some machines. Soon you can have it in the field. So we are actually into the area of risk mitigating. And in that way, two things. One is human safety is one, by default it happens, but the productivity. For example, in JSW case or wherever it is, steel plant we are talking about, we are going to work soon in SAIL. A shutdown time typically for every 45 days is say 5 to 6 days, a reheating furnace. If you reduce 1 day production, 1 day shutdown time, it is almost benefiting them 4 crores. So if we talk about around 8 shutdowns, we are going to make around 32 crores additional revenue on the top line. So the labor complement, we are talking about labor reduction, nokri khich leta hai. These are all things, it's a myth only, because in a 10,000 labor factory, if at all someone will be affected, there will be 100 people. And they will also not be affected because these robots what we are using are semi-autonomous. We can clean up 60-70% or 80% maximum. The rest again they have to only clean it up, because the micro level cleaning and all, if you start doing with the robotic system, then it will be too much of an expensive equipment, and it is like having a car, Elon Musk car in Indian roads, just say. So we cannot have, because the infrastructure is not standardized. Every entry is different. The entry of one furnace is say 550 mm by 940. The other entry is around 700 by 1300. So the furnaces are same, concepts are same, the entry levels are different. So we have to tweak for every furnace or every factory, alag alag karna padta hai, because the age of the industry is, varying between various levels, 10 to 20 years, it is varying. So we are in that, and what we understand is that even in thermal power plants, ash handling, present day we have almost every 40-50 meters we have a manhole, but earlier days up to 450 meters there won't be any manhole. So any choke cannot be cleaned up. So these are all the areas which we are working, and all our products are already deployed and they are in the market. And I wish that more and more people adapt this, and we will also reach out to people. So some of the things I have given here, and the another major operations what we are doing is, any metal industry is using water. ML ratio is say 1:20 or 1:30. For 1 million metric ton plant, we use around 20 million metric tons of water, and globally it may be 14 million metric tons. So there are 2-3 areas. One is this cooling towers. The delta X of a cooling tower of a normal plant is literally 0 or 1 degree, 2 degrees, because we keep on using the water, but the slack or the fine particles in the water are not online eliminated or removed. So the cooling efficiency of a cooling tower is literally nil, or it is marginal, very, very marginal. So we use excessive water in the process. So we have some robotic systems, online we can clean it, so that the water, the delta X can be improved. And the same way, the sludge stored in the storage areas, actually they are, you shut down a plant again and remove the water and send human beings to clean the sludges. And for example, we have done in several aluminum plants. So what we have designed a machine which can go in water in situ conditions. We can operate it from outside. It's a hydraulic equipment. Any tough sludge also, it literally loosens and sucks it out and throws it out. So we use different techniques and different form factors. So some of our equipment are 1.5 ton weight. Some are as small as 35-40 kgs, which will clean up the pipelines. So these are all the robotic systems we are using, and it is not in one way what I feel it's a satisfying thing to work in Genutech for me, because beyond the money we also take this country one level ahead. When we have say in a furnace we have 200 people running around in maintenance, and still we believe that we will be one of the developed countries soon, it's not going to happen, right? We have to talk about the reality, and this labor resistance, this, that and all, it is an administrative issue, because no labor wants to work in 200 degrees, right? I myself own some factory where around 1,000 people work in one shift. So I know the labor will continue with the comfort level, right? So there is no, talking about irrelevant things sometimes, it literally creates a disillusion, rather, because we are ourselves prejudicing before implementing something. Because our plants today, if you see, for example, some copper plant, I don't want to mention the name, the target per hour 14 tons per hour, say abhi 9 ton aa gaya hai, right? And if you see some of the plants, smaller steel plants, they take shutdown every 24 days, 7 days. It is literally becoming unviable, because we are not adapting technologies with some prejudice. And one more thing, what we have decided in our board is that if some people are feeling it is expensive, they are not able to adapt a robot as a capital purchase, we do it as a service. So we have a separate revenue vertical where it is called as a robot as a service. So we go, our team will go, do that work and come back. We charge on per day basis or per ton basis, because we are really having a noble intent that everyone should adapt the technology and make our country grow big. Thank you, Fiki, for giving me an opportunity. Can close it.
Thank you, Abhimanyu. Thank you. We all know that metal production is one of the very complex process, and even in the inauguration session, Mr. Arun Mishra told that every blast furnace, every smelter, it's 50% science and another 50% art. Because even if you manage everything, your raw material quality, your heat gradient, everything, it might deliver different result with every different heat. And this simplifying this metal process, production process is important, and I think DG is doing a lot of things there, and I will request Mr. Manish to present what solutions are there.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. So our topic is quite interesting. It's an electrical arc furnace we are talking about. And you know, the job of electrical arc furnace is to melt, to create the steel at right temperature, at right carbon level, or let's say the chemistry. And the job here is to be consistent. And as Mr. Prasad was saying and also said in the morning, it is, let's say, science, but some people think it's also an art. Why do we think so it's an art? Because there are some part of the metallurgy which brings non-linearity into the process. The conditions are very harsh. Let's say the weight and everything is very high, so the tolerance level, let's say even a 0.5% tolerance in the measurement would have a big impact to, let's say, the outcome. So how we are solving this challenge? So we are talking about artificial intelligence. So combined with the metallurgical models, or let's say the mathematical model, we used artificial intelligence internally, like many other processes, and also in the electrical arc furnace. And I'll show you how it's being done. So what we call it's a Q melt. It's basically enables your arc furnace to be more automatic. It's an adaptive process control with the aim of boosting the productivity, reducing the tap to tap time, so you increase the production speed, and at the same point of time you are also reducing the energy, or let's say you are also being more sustainable and hence reducing the OPEX. The whole system is a closed loop control, as you can imagine, which is basically controlling the energy input into the furnace by, let's say, using the electrode regulation system and also the chemical package. And the whole process is dynamic in nature. What you see is basically how it works. So on the left hand side, you see all the online measurement from the off-gas analyzer, from the power input, from the chemical input, and so on. And then there is something called as OLAP, which is, let's say, the heart of the whole thing. This is nothing but, let's say, taking all the inputs, all the sensors from the furnace in real time, and then it tries to identify what's the nature of this current heat that I'm producing. So of course, in this picture, it's shown as a cube. In reality, it is actually at least 15 to 20 dimensional model, right? So because there would be, depending on the furnace, 15 to 20 features or the parameter that would actually define this current heat. So it basically reads the data, it figures it out, what kind of heat it is, and then from the historical data, the model knows what is the fingerprint of this kind of heat. So every heat, rather than having one universal AI model, what the system has is multiple AI models, and based on this sensor's input, it would identify what kind of model I am going to use for this heat. We call this a fingerprint technology. And then of course this melt model works with the conventional level 2 models and so on, and then it works in a closed loop control. the next picture actually shows one of the screen. So there are two pictures. In the center line, you see a white line. This is basically the predicted behavior of this heat. And then you also see two lines, which are basically telling the operator that, the deviation of the oxygen or carbon or anything has to be within this envelope. It is, in a way, it is a confidence interval. Now you are producing this heat, this red line and the blue line. The red line is carbon and the blue one is the oxygen, and it directly shows also the operator that this should have been happening and this is what it is happening. So you also see the deviation in real time. For example, in this picture you see that the red line is actually crossing beyond the envelope or going beyond the limit. Metallurgists call this carbon boil, or let's say this is the starting of the carbon boil. So the system would identify it, and if you see on the right bottom side, it is already increasing the oxygen input into the furnace, so you can neutralize this carbon. So what it does is, as I said, it keeps track of this, and based on this, it directly tells the automation what needs to be done. So whole thing works in automatic mode. Whole thing works in, let's say, in a closed loop control. So in a nutshell, you read the sensors, you read the off-gas composition, you see energy input, it evaluates the furnace condition, and based on this really controls the steel temperature and chemistry and so on. Of course, it not only does that, it also gives you a prediction of temperature, carbon, and also the oxygen. So that is what you see on the right hand side. So the moment you take the first sample, it starts giving you the prediction of what is happening. It's not really a new technology, so it's an established, it has been used worldwide. So it is already working in 19 locations globally. In last couple of years, it has been already put into 7 plants. So you also see a list. So in a nutshell, what I mean to say is, of course, there are challenges with the steel making. There are many challenges coming since the decades. The challenges were known with AI. Now you have a technology which can help you solving those challenges. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thanks, Maurice.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Thank you so much, esteemed speakers of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now proceed to the panel discussion. May we have a huge round of applause for our speakers who have made those wonderful presentations. May I request the moderator of the session to kindly present mementos to our honorable speakers. On behalf of Vicky, we extend a heartfelt gratitude to them. Sir, may I request Dr. Sanjeev Prasad ji to present a memento to Shri Subhash Chandra ji. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. May we now present a memento to Shri Abhimanyu Raja. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. We now present a memento to Shri Manish Bhatt. Thank you once again, sir. May I request our members of the dais to kindly give us a moment for a group photograph. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the second section of this session, which is a panel discussion. May I request our honorable speakers of the session to kindly join us in the front row, and requesting the moderator of the session to kindly stay back with us. May we request the panelists to kindly join us onto the stage and join our honorable moderator on the stage. Requesting Chief Digital and Information Officer, Hindalco Industries Limited, Shri Purav Seth, to kindly join us onto the stage. I also invite Senior Member FICCI Non-Ferrous Metals Committee and Joint Executive President, Ultratech Cement Limited, Shri Ajit Ostwal, to kindly join us onto the stage. We now invite Co-Founder and CEO, AEREO, Shri Vipul Singh, to kindly join us onto the stage. I now invite Chief Business Development Officer, Texmin, Mohammad Danishji, to kindly join us onto the stage. We're also very honored to have with us Senior Director, Metals, Mining, Cement, Digital Industries, Siemens Limited, Shri Shivashish Khan. Warm welcome to you. And we also invite on stage Branch Head, M.N. Dastoor, Shri Gaurav Verma, to kindly join us onto the stage. May we now call this session to order, and may I request the moderator of the session to kindly take it forward.
So, good afternoon, everybody. We are coming to the second section of the panel discussion, and I will start with Mr. Seth. So, Hindalco has one of the most complex, I will say, upstream supply chain, sourcing bauxite from almost Lohardaga, Samri, and Bapli Mali. And also, as we know, that bauxite has one of the most complex raw material from the quality perspective. So, means we would like to know that how are you leveraging AI and data analytics to optimize raw material sources, raw material supply chain, as well as seeing the quality constraints to reduce the variability in your production.
Yeah, thank you. So, before I jump into, directly how we are leveraging AI, see what I think I want to set out, the ambition that we had taken at Hindalco. We had decided that we want to be an insights-driven organization. And towards that, everything that we do was basically in lieu with that. So when I talk about AI analytics, etc., I want to look at it from three perspectives, right? So what we focus on is process, people, technology. Now, process, when I talk about is in terms of identifying the right use cases, right? Where do we want to apply some of these technologies? Because it has to solve a business problem, right? It has to have some kind of business impact. Now, towards that, we've deployed, I would say about 150 odd analytics ML models in various areas, right? So if you talk about bauxite, so right from when we mine the bauxite out, the refineries are actually producing alumina. Now, alumina is then provided to our smelters. Now, this alumina, for example, I think it's very critical to have the right particle size to be able to have the right output when you do the smelting and the right quality of aluminum. And so, for example, we have built an AI model that actually predicts what is the particle size distribution of these grains, right? Yeah. Now, we can actually predict it 48 hours in advance, which means that any corrective action that we need to take, we can do so and hence have the right quality and the right output at our smelters, which results in lower energy consumption. Similarly, coal, I think that's one of the big inputs for us. For coal, we've actually built an entire platform which we call as a coal supply chain tracking platform. So right from when it comes from the mines, we are actually tracking it. The trucks, as they come in, there's a manless weighbridge which is checking driver behavior, any kind of time violations that happens. There is an advanced analytics model that actually takes it so that there is specific sampling done for that specific coal truck that comes in, right? And then based on that, I think the truck moves in, automated sampling happens. We can actually predict what is the kind of coal that we're going to get from some of these third-party mines. And then basically the coal is put in the coal yard, where we actually have drone-based and fixed camera-based analytics, which does volumetrics, etc. So finally, what this system does is it actually reconciles quantity, quality, all of that in terms of coal, right? How much we are getting, how much energy we are producing, right? So that uses multiple models for us. So these are some examples of how we are actually tracking and optimizing our processes. And again, like I said, there is digital twins also that we have for our smelters and our power plants, which I can talk
so
about
that was
later.
another question that's in my
Yeah.
mind, that since you have multiple digital twins, what are the challenges you are facing in integrating those digital twins? And since they are at different places and also the remote places, what are the challenges or what are the safeguards you are taking from a cyber security risk perspective?
Yeah, so maybe before I answer that, I'll just finish my previous point. So when I said process, I talked about business impact. And then the second one is the people, right? So what we are doing, and I think we heard a lot of panelists talking about earlier, how do we get people to change the way that they work? So we are investing heavily in, so what we have created is what we call as a digital academy. Where we are training 3 different cohorts of people, right? So one is your basic users, operators who are going to be using these AI models and solutions to help them with their day-to-day work. The next level above that is people who are actually leveraging some of our platforms and tools to do some analysis. They're doing some kind of correlations, etc. And then we have the third, and those we call as the digital ambassadors, right? They are the ones who help us with the adoption and basically with some of the translation. And the last one is basically is where we take people from the operations and then send them for 6 months of data science programming, right? So now what we have is people from operations, your maintenance, E&I, all of that. Now with the domain knowledge, now they're being trained on mathematics, which is your ML model, and then they're put back into the plant to develop models. We call them as citizen data scientists. So these 3 things help us scale because we can't just get people from outside and tell them to build models because that's not going to be effective. And then the third is technology. See, I think the way I see it is, if you want to scale and move away from just doing POCs and pilots, I think you have to have platforms. So whether you have the IoT platform or the analytics platform, and that's where we built an entire operations data lake, where you have all the manufacturing data coming in one place, and then we have all these data scientists who can just deploy these models, right? So I think these are some of the critical success factors, and we didn't get it right the first time. These are learnings that we've had over the past few years. So that's how I would take it. And then coming back to your question on digital twin. So we have digital twins for our CPPs and our smelters, right? So they are primarily what is it? It's a suite of multiple models that are helping you do certain things. In the case of, let's say, CPP, we are trying to see how we can optimize the plant heat rate. How do we basically reduce how do we optimize combustion? How do we reduce coal consumption? How do we look at process optimization by driving those 150, 200 constraints using ML models? The challenge that we see is one of the main things is scientific integrity, right? So because a lot of the smelting, for example, that you talk about is a lot of first principles in physics, chemistry, metallurgy. Now, how do you build your model so that you're sticking within some of those boundaries, right? We can't have an unexplainable AI doing some recommendation which is outside of these scientific boundaries. So I think that is one thing that we have to look at. The second is basically data variability because of changes in the raw material, environment, etc. The models constantly have to be retuned, and which is where it's not just a static phenomenon. And the third obviously is how do we get people to use it the right way? Because it's not only about saying that okay, the model is accurate, but until the operator is actually taking action based on what is prescribed by the model and then giving it feedback so that the model keeps training, then you're not going to get success otherwise, right? So I think these are some of the challenges that we basically face, and we are trying to overcome that.
Great. Okay. Sir, Oswalji, I will say that being a certain senior member here, and there has been a consensus, if you see for last few years, that digitalization and automation is something that is the route to adopt. Means there is, in general, there is a consensus there. But from a policy and regulatory perspective, what do you feel that how it can be accelerated in mining and metal industry primarily?
So thank you for the questions and respected dignitaries on the dais of the dais. As you said that mining is heavily regulated industry. I mean, if I see even a one mine, whether small, large, are governed by 600 line item of compliances. And now we are thinking of adopting new technology in terms of whether it is electric vehicles, whether it is a drone, whether it is autonomous vehicle operation within the mining sector, within the mines, etc., or robotics, as the previous speaker said. That first and foremost, for anything to adopt in mines, it requires approvals, clearances, etc.
Yeah.
So, from regulatory standpoint, how we can make this approval for faster or express approval kind of things, where these clearances, suppose we want to adopt EV or we want to adopt drone as a survey tool. So, how this could be done in a very, very faster manner? Because now, if you see, earlier we used to see all maps in 2D system where XY is the coordinate and you see on the piece of paper, etc. But now drone is giving you as a 3D image of a mine, where you can have multiple layers of your analysis from all regulatory perspectives. So regulatory perspective, whether it is IBM, DGMS, they need to also, I mean, they have adopted this drone survey has been mandatory, but then your related MCR compliances, etc., also need to be changed to that environment, because now drone data, if you take a drone data of one particular mine, you get all the answers actually. So from that perspective, it need to be changed. Second, suppose adoption of EV vehicles. So if we go for a EV vehicle, nowadays it is almost 3 times of the capital cost EV. So the capex expending 3 times capex may not be so forthcoming. So how the regulator can incentivize policy in terms of some capex support, maybe some incentive on the capex part, some depreciation, accelerated depreciation, because the EV vehicle life may not be that much. So from that perspective, so some policy support in that would definitely help. And whatever the innovations which a mine does, I mean, what is the innovation credit which a industry will get? So that would definitely incentivize the miner to take more and more policy adoption, I mean, more and more technology adoption in their mines. Since we ourselves are operating 34 integrated units and I would say more than 100 mines, and now we have embarked on our digitalization journey. We have so far done six units, maybe 20-25 mines so far, and in the process of doing it. So I mean, there are a lot of replication work, our duplication work, which we need to still carry out to comply the regulation. So there is a need to, even regulators also need to look into the how we can support this changing landscape of technology adoption in the mining. So that is my.
So the another thing is that means as a mining engineer, we always believe cement is like metal, because we also use cement is also using mine limestone as a raw material. It is also energy intensive industry. It's also high emissions industry. So what do you think from a metal industry and cement industry? What type of cross learnings can happen, especially in the area of carbon capture or waste heat recovery?
So far cement is concerned, of course the emission, this carbon capture, so far I mean we have not embarked upon, we have not seen much use cases of carbon capture, but I can tell you about the waste heat recovery. Of late cement industry have adopted, because lot of this waste heat earlier get wasted actually, which is now being captured, and that forms part of 20-30% of power requirement of cement plant. So now with the all new cement project which we are executing, they have a waste heat recovery inbuilt into the project inception stage for the earlier plants we have been building up this waste heat recovery based power plant where cost of power is less than a rupee, so as to say. So waste heat recovery is one idea which cement industry has adopted very successfully, and that may have a replication potential in the steel industry, maybe aluminum industry, because heat is also getting as an input cost, and maybe some wastage of heat might be happening. Second important pathway which cement industry have embarked upon is the use of AFR, alternative fuels. So many waste product of other industries we are able to utilize. So some may have some calorific value, so that add to the heat requirement for as a cement input, and also the waste material, which I mean is a waste for other industry and difficult to dispose of. So that can be very well incinerated in our kiln, which is having temperature of 1300 to 1400 degree temperature. So these are the two ideas which cement industry have very successfully implemented, may have some replication potential in other industry.
Thank you very much. Mr. Singh, means drone has been used for last many years in mining industry, and we started using in the start only from a perspective of a stock measurement or a volumetric assessment of stocks, and then some forest coverage, land use mapping, those type of things. Now as time is growing, especially in the resource estimation, mineral resource mapping and mine monitoring, how drone technology can help us there?
Sure. I think we are glad to share the dice with some of our users here. Hindalco as well as Ultratech both use Aereo solution today for most of their operations. So they can actually share the learnings of how things have changed because of drones in the business. The visibility has changed. So one is that the data which the drones today collect is 3D and very high fidelity. One can achieve around 99% accuracy in volumetric estimates, and also changes which are happening at centimeter level. But these are very elaborate changes, very detailed changes. So manually extracting these changes is very cumbersome. So what has happened with the combination of drone data set and AI to read and interpret the data, now we are able to track variations which are happening in the mine on almost daily basis. So what has happened is people used to do earlier, let's say their mine planning and scheduling at quarterly and monthly intervals. With the speed at which these data sets are getting collected and analyzed using AI, we have use cases in India where companies are doing their reconciliation and planning of mine on a weekly and even shift basis using the same data set, while also monitoring their safety and environmental compliances. So not only just improving productivity, but also making it sustainable improvement of productivity while taking care of all of this. Now, as far as the exploration goes, over the last 4-5 years, so sensors have reduced in size. They are also noticeable in our phones also. Phones have become much more sensor heavy and smart. Same has been the case with the drones. So with the availability of resistivity and electromagnetic sensors now available on drones, the G4, G3 levels of resource estimation, reconnaissance can be done now using drones much faster. So if you want to do concentrated geological survey, that can be done. If you want to reduce your drilling exercise by mapping the outcrops and only doing focus drilling, that can be done. So it has been able to prove a great impact on the bottom line of the exploration activity quite significantly over the years. Not only that, in the active mines, one can use drones to identify the mineral zones, because what happens, most of our drill data sets are very sparse and outdated. So many times the geological models are not accurate enough. When we start doing the excavation, we figure out, okay, the mineral was expected here, but it is having a shift. Now all those shifts on the faces can be detected and the models can be updated on a real-time basis. So as your mine progresses, it becomes more accurate with the help of the drone data. So these are the benefits which we have seen, that improved precision, improved accuracy, and also faster frequency. Earlier from monthly to now even daily and shift wise.
And like any technology, there are new advancement coming in. So in drone technology, new advancement like LIDAR or hyperspectral imaging. What do you think is that going to become mainstream in the next few years?
I think photogrammetry and LiDAR are becoming very mainstream. What is becoming mainstream in some other parts of the world is that drones operating on the sites fully autonomously. So drones are now being positioned in a box and they are pre-scheduled flights, and drones are flying twice a day. Earlier, as I was saying, that only planning was happening and reconciliation was happening. Today, people are even doing blast analysis. So every pre-blast there is a drone flight, post-blast there is a drone flight to optimize the blasting process. So frequency is increasing. What is happening is the data is now getting integrated with the rest of the digital transformation value chain. All of this information is getting converted into very valuable dashboards and data analytical reports, data analysis reports, and they are plugging into all the other downstream and upstream channels of digital transformation. So it is becoming a very strong link. So in coming days, LiDAR, photogrammetry, autonomous drones in a box, all of these integrated with AI and integrated with the rest of the downstream and upstream value chain is what is basically the future of mining.
Thanks, Bipul. Thanks. Danish, Mr. Danish, yeah. Texmin is doing a lot of, means I will say they are coordinating with or partners with a lot of organizations to give impetus to this digitalization and automation. One of the areas that Indian mining industry today is facing, that all ores are going inferior in quality, and be it iron ore, be it bauxite, and it is going to be becoming difficult to beneficiate those ores. And we have also large amount of low grade iron ores that are, and if we can utilize them, then it is going to be, I will say, really gold for us, because that type. So what are the beneficiation technologies that you are seeing in mineral processing that are basically going to be utilized by the industry or for adoption in India?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you, to my friends on dais and off dais. And before I answer the question of Sanjeev, sir, let me go back to the genesis of who we are and what I represent right now, and the mission behind this TextMe all about. So TextMe is not a company or a center or a SPV. It's a mission which has been governed, funded, and founded by Government of India. The answers to all your questions and what Sanjeev sir asked. If you recall, around 4 or 5 years back, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has a mission that make in India, go global, Atmanirbhar Bharat. And with that mandate, TextMe has been formed as a company, as a technology enabler to promote mining. When I say mining, means mining value chain, which starts from exploration to mining to processing and to mine closing plants. Using the cyber physical system, which talks about AI, ML, blockchain, IoT, so on, and all the buzzwords around. The intent of TextMe is to make mining more safe, smart, and sustainable, and with a new word called social and responsible mining. With this mandate, we are working with all the stakeholders, what Sanjeev sir rightly said, be it government agencies, be it private big players, be with startups, and be with international partners. And that's TextMe mandate all about. And getting back to this question which Sanjeev sir asked now, sir, if we have really had a very good answer to the question, this National Critical Mineral Mission was not informed. So, as you all know that with the launch of National Critical Mineral Mission, of which worth around 34,000 crores, TextMe IIT ISM Dhanbad is one of the centers now by Government of India. And with this center, with this collaboration, we are going to meet the Honorable Minister of Coal and Mine, Reddy ji, coming month in Hyderabad, where we are going to meet all the stakeholders, including Curtin from Australia, Cambridge from UK, Brazil, and some more partners from India and abroad. And one of the intent of this collaboration, this meeting, is to come up with some good technology The issue what we have, sir, is like we have critical mineral, we have earth elements, but what we don't have is the technology for processing. The maximum samples are still being sent to US and Canada and South Africa. So we don't, except few labs, let's talk about NMBL or IIT Bhubaneswar, we are lacking the technologies to be built up in India. So with this mission, we are actually going to work on particular problem statements, how India can build its own technology to process the low grades ores, the ores which are more complex deposits, so on. And I give one example and then I end my stuff. On a similar note, sir, we are currently working with the University of Cambridge, apart from this critical mineral mission, where there is a joint project and it's all about critical mineral supply chain observatory. It's a project of 1.8 million pounds. Out of 1.8 million pounds, 50% we are investing and 50% they are investing. It's a zero project. In this supply chain observatory, we are going to have the list of all the critical minerals, their deposits, their reserves, resource across globe, and which countries using which technology to process the ores. And it's this entire platform going to be enabled by AI, ML, and sensor base. So once this technology has been built up, sir, we know exactly which country has got which critical mineral, the nature, the ore and grade of that mineral. So I think going forward, we'll be having some more concrete answers to the questions about Sanjeev Suras. Thank you.
Thank you. And if that is commercially happens, I think India will be one of the most beneficial country out of that one. Because unfortunately, all the better quality ore has stayed in Australia and all the inferior quality ore has come to us. So, and from that, what Danish was saying, I will ask Gaurav that what are the different digital simulation tools you are using now for mineral ore beneficiation to a smelter, especially from perspective of what we are discussing about the low grade ore beneficiation.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji, and everyone on and off the dais. Look, when we talk about the metal sector, smelting and beneficiation is only one part, and a major part lies how these facilities are interconnected, or how these facilities are running in conjunction with each other. But the question was beneficiation, smelting. The beneficiation part, yes. In the previous sessions, we have also talked about digital twins, simulations. Since our quality of iron ore is going inferior year by year, it is a regular gradual phenomenon. The ore which we are having today may not be available next year. What is available next year, 2-3 years down the line, it won't be available. So the standard answer, the honest answer goes like we have to go for aggressive beneficiation, pelletization, and then most important thing, how these ores are characterized, how the feedstock is fed into the respective systems. And coming back to metal sector, feedstocks are only iron ore, which may be sinterized, which may be pelletized, and then coal, coke. And by these by running simulation models or characterization, even if I am able to reduce, I'm able to increase the efficiency of blast furnace, that is only one part in the entire ecosystem. So improving efficiency by 1% will lead to a savings of almost $6 million. This is for the 3 million ton blast furnace. And along with this, 430,000 tons of CO2 will not go into the atmosphere. So small baby steps will lead to huge savings. And now coming back to the connectivities, one part is raw material handling and logistics simulation, because we are the engineering consulting company. Many players come to us that they want to increase the productivity, and we believe that there is always a hidden capacity in the systems. So just by arranging or facilitating a better logistics movement of the hot ladles, we can generate enormous savings. For one of our clients, Dastur has carried out a logistics simulation study in a steel melt shop, and with this sensitivity analysis, time motion studies, we were able to increase the throughput of the SMS by 28%, and which when converted to savings, $4 to $6 EBITDA per ton of hot steel. So this is another areas of saving, because we say steel is a mother of all industries. You name any activity, it is there in the steel plant. So when we look holistically into the steel sector, there are many avenues. And for raw material handling is one where we see lot of rakes are coming inside the plant, engines are not available, offtakes are not available at times. So we have done one study for the client, again a logistics simulation study, and only for the first year after the implementation, they were able to save $30 million of only demurrage cost. So these are all baby steps. Let's say from blast furnace, when the hot ladle goes to the caster, which is the end step, there is a temperature drop of 40 to 80 degrees centigrade. So just imagine for the 300-ton ladle, how much energy we are giving it to allow for this temperature drop. So by using digitalization, simulation, ladle tracking, basically all the avenues which are available in AI, digitalization and automation, we can actually increase the efficiency of the steel production. And mind you, smelting furnace is only one part of this.
Thank you, Gaurav. Thank you. Means almost we all have discussed about this one, and we have understood that from exploration to operations, there will be so many applications and so many data, huge amount of data is being generated. Mr. Seth also talked about the platforms, that the platforms has to be created, and those have to be integrated. So from that perspective, Mr. Khan, I would request you to tell that how Siemens is helping to integrate different platforms in this area. Means from exploration to a smelter or blast furnace, or I will go and reach and I will say up to the customer, because now customers are also taking a steel or aluminum as a FMCG good, asking for quality.
Thank you. Thanks, Vicky, for having me here, and a very warm evening to all the colleagues on the dais and off the dais. Yes, as you are aware, Siemens is a more than 175-year-old company. In India, we are more than 75 years present, and instantly we are connected with most of the industries that's prevailing in energy intensive or futuristic, all kind of industries. That gives us a leverage of knowing and understanding the domain which we are working on. And as Siemens, we are enabling not only the end users like let's say Ultratech or Hindalco or such companies, but also the machine builders and also people like Danieli and people like Primetals who are engaged in this. So for us, it has always been how we are enabling the actual use of metals and mining. And as we progress, and today it's so nice that we are talking about, 10 years before probably we would have only a very handful, a clutch of people would have talked about AI, ML, and today practically every speaker is talking about AI and ML, and we are now really looking at use cases of it getting enabled in every kind of production. As you said, it's like we talk about pit to port. Yeah, we start right from the pit to port and how we can enable and how we can integrate. So Siemens is enabling the integrated digital platform across the entire mining value chain, if I focus on mining for the moment. So be it the exploration to the smelting and right up to the downstream processing through a combination of various, let's say, advanced softwares, through AI and data analytics, and most importantly, creating the digital thread. Now, of course, as we are evolving, and mind you, and we should all be agreeing on one particular philosophy, that there's no black box for a solution. So it's more of a learning curve for the entire human mankind when it comes to the technologies they're going through. So which means that what is important is, while certain technologies we are advancing the IoTs and the under Industry 4.0, how we are adopting what works for me will not work for someone else, and that is a critical thing, that we cannot just replicate. So in the entire value chain mapping, we do the digital thread analysis. We see what will yield benefit and what will not. And then we have a host of platforms. There are a host of open source codes. We have low codes, companies like Mendix, which is part of Siemens portfolio. It helps to really get into the analytics part of it. And as in the morning we heard from the speakers, and we have to be very careful about what is advanced automation and what is digitalization. When data speaks, and someone said in the morning, information and not data. So what we are able to do at Siemens is, you may have your data lakes, you may have your data warehouses, and of course you have your concepts. How we are able to, through you being the owner of your plant, you know your entire SOP. I have the technology, and this is where the conversation happens, and how we are able to integrate these now mature technologies of the LLM, of the ML, the deep learning, and take it forward. Just to give a very specific example, at Siemens, what we do, and something which is being now very regularly used across the western part of the globe, and we are now very bullish now here in India. We hear a lot about advanced. This is the prediction of assets. How you are able to predict a failure and prevent it, and those kind of technologies based on the regression, based on the data, you are able to come out. And so what we are doing now is we have integrated the industrial co-pilot with the predictive model. So what happens, and there's one area of concern that's definitely in the West. In India, it's beginning to happen, is the skill of manpower. Most of the steel and mining and cement plants are in far-flung places, not in the big cities. And the new generation of workers who are coming across, they are either getting into startups, or they are getting into high-end lifestyle of the big cities, and you don't get people. So what we have done is, and what this let's say solution enables, is that by having a chat GPT kind of thing, if I may say, the industrial co-pilot. So the asset maintenance for an average blue collar it becomes very easy. So in a Hindi or a Uriya, in any kind of language, मेरा machine अभी बंद हो गया, either 401 दिखा रहे हैं, मुझे क्या करना चाहिए. So he is able to actually maintain any breakdown, or maintain a plant of any nature, and that enables the whole adoption of technology at a very, very, let's say, minimum level.
Thank you. So Arpan, one thing that has come from the start of this session, that digital skill gap, that is one of the major bottleneck in this industry. And I think means the way FICCI has been taking forward this one, in the next time you should keep one session for digital skill gap, and how policymakers and use other like national skill development, help that funds to, or DMFT fund to help improve digital skill in the mining and metal value chain. And 2 minutes, and since you were talking about digital thread and with the focus on the circular economy, and especially this question is from Mr. Seth, what do you think that to ensure supply chain transparency, blockchain, digital thread, is any one of those technology you feel that is going to become another standard in coming years?
Yeah, so see, I think blockchain, it has not unfortunately yielded the kind of mass adoption like we have thought of, right? So in Hindalco, we've implemented a distributed ledger, blockchain solution for, contract manufacturing. So we have downstream business. So after the aluminum is made, then there is some downstream product. And then for that, we use a whole chain of contract manufacturers. So what we've done is we've implemented a distributed ledger where we can actually track all of this, right from where we send out our primary aluminum to when they're doing different operations, the contract workers, the contract manufacturers, what is the status, how much scrap was generated, how much packaging material was used. So this basically, and this is multi-party, right? So multiple manufacturers have visibility of all of this, and this results in basically reduction of your waste. So this, I think, is a good example of how blockchain can be used. But this is, again, it's a more captive blockchain, right, for Hindalco. If we look at industry-wise, I would say that, there is this concept of green steel and green aluminum, right? So A lot of organizations across the globe are looking at something called as a green passport. How do you validate that the aluminum that you're providing to your customers across the value chain, right from the mines until the product is delivered, you're actually capturing how much energy was consumed, how much carbon emission was there, etc. Right? So all of that can be then tracked through blockchain, because that's the only way you can verify authenticity of something being called as green. So I would say that could be one of the areas where the entire industry could basically collaborate and deliver something.
So Oswalji, means you see in the entire this one, in addition to industry, the technology solution providers are there, and the academics, if I say, academia is also involved for this research. So in your idea, how industry can provide better and more closer collaboration between industry, technology solution provider and the academia or research institution?
So actually technology providers and industry, they are interacting because technology providers are providing out technology, new technology, introducing new technology. We adopt those technology and then we also give feedback for more feature or more, what we want actually. But academia is totally left out from this. So in my opinion, academia should take the problem statement of industries. What are the problem statement of, say, cement industry, mining industry, or any other metal industry related, and also regulatory perspective, because this is being governed by the Indian Bureau of Mines, this is being governed by DGMS, PESO, MOEF. So they should also have their viewpoint and then come out with the solution which could be a better solution to which would be acceptable for each of the stakeholders. So if academia will work on this gap, if they are able to bridge, that would be very good for all concerned.
So thanks. I think I will thank you all the esteemed panelists here.
Sir, sorry for intervention.
Yeah.
I have 2 points to make quickly, sir, because sir made a very good point. May I now, can I just
Yeah,
one
we
point?
have shortage of time, so just
absolutely.
take a
one
minute.
minute. So I just want to pick 3 points from this panel. One thing about, so I was talking about the carbon capture stuff, so on, and then Khan sir talk about chat GPT and the industry academia kind of collaborations. Just wanted to throw 3 points. One thing, as far as carbon capture is concerned, TechSmin is actually working on a particular project with private stakeholders on a coal mine, that when we cut coal, the methane which get released, how to capture that particular methane, purify that particular methane, and once methane got purified, we can generate power. So we are trying to make a mine called as carbon negative mine, number one. Number two, about ChatGPT, sir. So we are working on a kind of mascot, which is an AI-enabled mascot. We are saying as a Mind GPT, which is in compliance with IBM and DGMS. So you ask any question about that, what is the new compliances coming for drone survey or whatever exactly, and get the answers in one go. Again, work in progress going on. And talking about the industry academia collaboration, so just wanted to underline this point that that's the reason why companies like TechSme or other hubs was born, to take the problems from industry holders, being a mining, being a whatever value chain, and trying to come up with some good solutions at a low cost. And give you 2 examples. If I talk about anti-collision devices, which is very expensive by any foreign collaborators, but the guys from our TechSme startup ecosystem, they are building the same technologies at a very low cost, being deployed at the mine of Coal India Limited. So just wanted to throw these points. Yeah.
Thank you, Danish, because you said correctly, na, Maruti advertisement is deti kitna hai. So in India, finally everything boils down to what is the price sensitivity. So as a consumer, as a user, as a producer, all of us are price sensitive from that perspective, especially for Siemens.
I just want to, there's a very favorite topic of mine when I hear price, and this is where just a general comment. Someone said in the morning, everything cannot have an ROI, and technologies also it follows its curve. Yeah, it follows the bell curve. It will be expensive in the beginning. We know the mobile example, but then we need, if we have to be a developed country, we have to have the leading industries take the plunge, believe in the technology, and go forward. I mean, some of the couple of industries who are they are very bold. We need more bold companies to adopt technologies, because everything is difficult to have ROI. be on safety. For instance, you can't have an ROI on a human life. So it's about taking that plunge, believing in industry and improving. So yeah.
We will talk later on, but I will say you that we have for some of our clients in my earlier role, we have prepared ROI for even safety. You just take whatever firm is saying and say that take that accident happens and your brand value erodes by 0.5%. ROI goes huge.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session. Thank you so much, speakers of the session. On that very thoughtful, very interesting note, huge amount of takeaways for us. Maybe have a huge round of applause for this interesting panel. Thank you so much, moderator, sir. Thank you so much, panelists. May I now request Shri Arpan Gupta, Director of FICCI, to kindly give the concluding remarks and also propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Very good evening to everyone. Khan Saab just said that it's time that the companies and the industry take the bold step, take the technology to the next level. So कौन कहता है कि आसमान में छेद नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर जी भर के तो उछालो यारो. So I convey my sincere thanks. I mean, I've been asked to do a dual role, a concluding remarks as well as a vote of thanks. Will take a couple of minutes in each of them. Thanking starts with, so first the concluding remarks, rather I should say. I would say, conveying my thanks to one and all for participating in this event. The panelists on the dais, we had the panelists in the morning's 2 sessions, the participants and everyone we had in since morning. Without significant contribution from each one of you, we would not been able to achieve the desired objectives of this particular program, and we would not have been able to see this program through. So a big thank you to all of you. This event holds importance not only in terms of the kind of participation that we had. We obviously had more than 30 speakers and 300 participants throughout the day, but also in terms of kind of information and knowledge dissemination and discussions that have happened. When we conceived this program in last year, since this is the second edition, the objective was to discuss on how automation and digitization are taking forward the mining and the metals industries, both from the perspective of digital technologies as well as the technologies which are there in their operations. So be it for the extraction of ores, be it for the production of minerals, be it for the metals productions like steel, aluminum and all. And therefore, in today's edition, we had the dignitaries from the government, we had from PSUs, industry, academia and consultants, talking about wide range of subjects, be it in terms of the technology showcase or the opportunities and challenges that the industry face, which we had in the panel 1, and also in terms of how we can move forward, what are the key requirements when we are looking to move further, aligning with the national goals of Viksit Bharat and 2030. So deliberations clearly brought out on 3 fronts. One, as I also stated in the morning, that India is the only major economy growing at 7 to 8%. Therefore, our manufacturing sector is growing, which means the second point is, which means that obviously my demand for minerals and metals will grow, whether it is 2030, 2047 or beyond that, when we are talking about net zeros in 2070 as well. And therefore, the kind of legacy systems that these sectors have been carrying will not be, able to work, and we need to question those legacy systems, as Khan Saab and the panelists out here said, and we need to integrate the advanced technologies into our operations, not only to optimize them and not only to reduce the cost, but also to enhance the safety of the workers, reduce accidents, so that we have a more societal acceptance for our mining and metals operations. Friends, the opportunity in this segment is huge. And the opportunity comes largely from the very, very basic fact that we are building infrastructure via our metals and minerals for our growing population, growing economy, and the new India, the Viksit Bharat. We examined the opportunities and the challenges throughout the day. Actionable pathways were shared on how we can integrate advanced and innovative technologies into mining and metals. It is very important that we challenge the legacy systems, that we question the legacy systems, so that we are able to innovate and come up with the advanced technologies in our operations. Coming on to my second part, which was in terms of the vote of thanks, which Madam suggested. So I acknowledge the support of industry members, our committee chair, co-chairs, and from the Niti Aayog. Also like to thank all the speakers who confirmed their participation, joined us, taking time out from their busy schedules. And also Along with the participants, they have charted out the actionable pathways for the mining and metal industries, automation and digitalization, which we will be compiling in a kind of a post-event report. We had an amazing audience for the summit with lots of enthusiasm. So many thanks to all of you. एक big round of applause for all of you. एक ताली तो बनती है. I would also like to thank our sponsors for supporting the event, the exhibitors, without whom this event would not have been possible, and specifically the exhibitors for showcasing the technologies that are going to be an integral part of our operations moving ahead. Mention for our media friends who are the public face for the initiatives we undertake, knowledge partner CRISIL for their continuous support, the team from the CRISIL, we have worked very closely in the last 1 month or so, so thank you so much to the team. Also like to thank our anchor for putting in a lot of energy and enthusiasm into the conference. And this being an annual flagship initiative of FICCI, we hope to see you in 2026 as well. I once again thank you all for joining us, marking this program achieve its desired objectives, and look forward to convert today's dialogue into actionable recommendations. Thanking everyone, thanking organizing team, and thanking anyone I might have missed. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very wonderful vote of thanks. And may we now once again request Mr. Arpan Gupta to now present the mementos to our distinguished speakers of the session. We begin by presenting a memento to the moderator of the session, Dr. Sanjeev Prasad. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly put your hands together and thank the moderator of the session who wonderfully conducted and concluded the session. He's taken care of 2 sessions, one in which there were presentations and the second one was a panel discussion. We now present a memento to Shri Purav Sheth. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this evening and sharing your valuable inputs with us. A big thank you to Mr. Ajit Ostwal. Thank you so much, sir. We really thank you for your inputs and the thoughts that you have shared with us. We now present a memento to Mr. Vipul Singh. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us this evening, sharing your valuable time with us. Thank you once again. I request Mr. Arpan Gupta to now present a memento to Shri Mohammad Danish. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. We now present a memento to Mr. Shivashish Khan. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Gaurav Verma for joining us in this panel and sharing his thoughts with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Verma. May I now request the members on the stage to kindly give us a moment for a photo opportunity. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached to the concluding moment of the conference on automation, digitalization and technology integration in mining and metals industry. This was the 2nd edition and we thank you so much for your support. Please do not forget to collect your certificates which are right at the registration desk. That is the participation certificates. Our FICCI colleagues would help you with the needful. Thank you so much once again. May I also make a quick reminder regarding your mobile phones which can be put back to its ringing mode. Thank you once again. Namaskar. I'm Sushmita signing off from the podium.